Good morning, amazing law nerds and replay crew. Remember, everything's timestamped down below, and if you don't want to miss a thing, get the Law Nerd app. It's free, iOS and Android. Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's good to see everybody. I missed y'all. I did not intend to have some time off, but then I was just not feeling good, and streaming and not being coherent are not things that I enjoy. So I have no idea what happened. I don't know. It just not healthy. It's one of the things I love my Aura Ring for, is because the Aura Ring is like, hey, I don't know what's up, but something's up. So feeling a bit better, hanging in there, still a little, you'll hear it, I'm sure, at points that I'm still a little, but we're back today. We have an ambitious 3 topics on stream. The mandated time off, I was just like, this was not what I had intended this week, but I have to plan in room in the fall for the fact that my kids are at school and I was traveling and it's just that time of year. All the things are going to happen, but it's fine. We're back. Today we have lots to talk about. It's Tuesday. It's September 30th. It's October. I mean, it's September 30th, but it's Halloween. So happy Halloween, everybody. I'm very excited. I was going, and we are still going to do a stream about Ticketmaster. I am too emotionally invested at the particular moment to provide objective legal commentary. So on a members only, I will just give you the snarky diatribe, and then we'll do objective legal analysis when my wallet doesn't hurt so bad from getting My Chemical Romance tickets. Emily, you can choose not to go to the show. I understand, but also no, it's not a choice, because here's the choice. The choice is to try to get them on sale, or to inevitably have the level of FOMO that drives me to resale closer in time to when the concert is. So there's not going's not really an option. It's just, can we get them for face value that then at least doubles, if not more, with fees and what have you. So it's just a what level of pain are we going to endure? And look, the memories from the show are priceless. So we will figure it out. I am so annoyed. I am so annoyed by everything that is happening in the ticket sale market. And I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I feel that way about a lot of things, but I can't wait to go. So go to the show. The fees are what are they even for? Every time I look at the breakdown of ticket prices, my brain is like, bruh, but what are they for though? But we'll go into a full legal analysis stream about all the Ticketmaster lawsuits. There are a bunch of them. It's like Ticketmaster gets sued just by everyone. And then you've got the CEOs just being like, concert tickets are underpriced. Bitch, what? It's like, well, Laker tickets are this much, and we'll talk about it. We're not going to talk about it too much more today. I'm just still like, thanks for the memories. Thanks for the memories. But we're gonna go to the show. We're gonna go to the show. It's gonna be fine. The memories are worth it. The ADHD is pain. Just pain. The FOMO is pain. Oh, the fees. Either way, we can timestamp Emily diatribe about Ticketmaster part 1. We'll circle back on another day, because here's the plan for today. If there's been breaking news this morning that does not involve my morning commute chat with Judge Abby, I don't know what it is. So it's why we don't cover breaking news. I prep the streams generally the night before. I peek at anything major happening in the morning. Some mornings, not even that. Some mornings, not even that. It's like, it's going to be fine. Look, most of the dockets aren't even open by the time we start streaming. And the first case update we're doing today, the David case, is a West Coast case. So I don't expect overnight updates. And I don't expect news out of the West Coast prior to streaming. It's all going to be fine. So we're going to do some brief updates on the David case. There's some updates as we get ready for sentencing from that Karen Read Grand Juror. If you're like, Emily, what do you mean Karen Read Grand Juror? I'll do a Road So Far. But we're getting close to sentencing in that case. It's going to be this week on October 2nd because it's October this week. We won't talk about it. And then I was going to put off covering the ruling from the judge in Donna Adelson's case. We were going to cover it later. And then I saw how long the motion was. And I went, that seems like a lot for Judge Everett. And then I saw that there were a bunch of transcripts attached. I did not read them. I saw transcripts and went, ooh, I want to know what everything says. So I don't know what's in the judge's order. We're going to go through it together. It's a first look for me. As I said, I have been out of commission, so I have just been kind of under a rock, truly. I have updates on nothing. I have been re-listening to a book series. I got nothing. I slept a lot because sick, and tried to keep my kid on track to get his stuff done because senior year. I mean, I did get personally attacked on Instagram yesterday when somebody posted that they're already doing rehearsals for the Nutcracker. And they're like, so this means there's less than 15 weeks until 2026. And I was like, what? Ouch. We are now in the run to the end of the year. And I was like, pain. Help. I'm in pain. So I was slayed on the internet by that realization. So we are now officially in like Halloween, Christmas, Hanukkah, holiday, Christmas cookie, Happy New Year. You know what? It's time to skip right to like Valentine's Day at this point. I don't even know. What just happened with my in-ears? Stop it. They're stuck on something. Okay. We have unstuck. So I heard yesterday, so I had MRIs yesterday, which is orthopedic stuff that will be, well, it is what it is, right? So at least knowing more about what it is will be great. So as I was listening to music at my MRI yesterday, there was Christmas music and commercials. I don't know when I've listened to a music service with commercials in the last, who knows, because I've had Apple Music since 100 forevers. So, and I listen to YouTube music often because I already have YouTube Premium because commercials aren't for me. And so I was like, oh no, why are there are holiday advertisements on, I can only imagine it was probably Spotify, but stop it. It started ring, jing, jingling. I was like, I need Halloween to get to have its moment back. So if any of you would like to push back and just enjoy spooky season, look, the holidays can have their own season, but not until November and maybe mid-November. Like, can we just like November, maybe like November 15th through January? I feel like that's reasonable. Can we just have spooky season, please? Because it's still 9,000 degrees. It still feels like summer, except the air was kind of different today. It's coming. Like literally you can feel it coming in the air tonight. Like today it was like, ooh, it's changing, but it's been so warm. It has been officially summer. And I need a little more fall, please. I need fall. Carmen said, Mariah Carey says it starts November 1st. Look, I understand, but Mariah Carey's got like a bag in this fight. Mariah Carey's like, start streaming that Christmas music. So she doesn't get to decide. She's like, it's Christmas all year long. Everybody start streaming that Christmas music. No. Spooky season. I am going to spooky season and pumpkin it up until, but then again, our household pushes spooky season into like pumpkin season, and pumpkin season lasts till Thanksgiving. So the ghosts get put away, the pumpkins stay out until after Thanksgiving. Our neighbors will start putting up Christmas lights here pretty soon. That's 100% going to happen. Like 100% going to happen. So I'm giving spooky season its moment because it still feels like summer. I'm just waiting. I'm ready. And Emily, you would rather have skeletons in your lawn than Christmas trees. For now, yes. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. But Emily, that can't be the segue. That can't be the segue. That can't be the segue into our topics today. We need to just roll the intro and then we'll just give our topics their own space. Cause that can't be it. Look, they're the ones from Costco and various other places. They're fake. They're the fake bones. That's it. The fake bones. That's all. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to get into our topics today. We'll talk about the quick case updates first, and then we'll Donna, because I really want to see Judge Everett's ass. I'm ready for that. So intro, David updates, Read updates, and Donna. Donna. That's what we're doing. All right. You ready? Let's roll the intro. It's good to see you. Law nerds, I missed you. Cheers. I have hydration. Well, I have the H2O, and then I can't do the whole chemical compound of coffee plus pumpkin spice. So coffee. We have coffee. We have water. We have law nerds. Let's roll. Hey there. I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All of you are saying I stepped on my own words when I said Judge Everett's sass. Sass. Judge Everett's sass. Sass from Judge Everett. Sass and a sassy keyboard. But we're going to talk about the David case first. I'm sure, I don't even know what to call it. Like is it really a David case? Because it's not really a case yet, but it is, but it's not. So for all of you that are like, Emily, what are we talking about? We are talking about live streamer turned musician, not like in a fake way, like he's a musician that was out on tour and seems to be fairly successful as a musician. I'm sure a lot of you, I know what age demographic we're all in, are like, who? It's fine, don't worry. We'll talk about it. The younger folks are like, I know exactly what you're talking about. But by this point, most of you are aware of this story because A, I've talked about it on the Emily Show podcast. B, if you are on social media at all, I feel like it has been everywhere on social media because the remains of the victim were found in the front trunk of a Tesla. And the front trunk of a Tesla, I feel like we should talk about that. But the remains being found in the front trunk of the Tesla are significant to me because the front trunk of the Tesla is not connected to the rest of the car, in that there's no pass through. It's a separate compartment. And sometimes people who aren't familiar with Teslas might forget that there's actually a frunk there. It's not like an engine because the car just has a battery. So there is a decently sized front trunk that is separate from the passenger compartment. When we have done road trips and stuff, and when we have had food or what have you, it goes in the front because it doesn't pass through to the passenger compartment of the vehicle where the rest of the car on the SUVs are just kind of open throughout the rest of the car. So there's nowhere else to keep it. There's nowhere else to really keep it. So The front trunk of the vehicle is where remains were found on Monday, September 8th. That is the day after the victim's birthday. So when I talk about victim Celeste Riveras Hernandez, the media is reporting her as being 15 years old. Her birthday, is September 7th. So I think that when she passed, it's pretty clear that she had not reached her birthday yet. So 14 years old, 15 years old, it will matter because there are quite a lot of connections to singer David, who is in his 20s. It seems that they started having a connection online. I'm not going to extrapolate beyond that until more is known. But connection online, many say that it was a dating relationship from the time that she was at least 13, if not younger. So those online connections are part of what law enforcement will be looking at. This is being handled by Los Angeles Robbery Homicide Division, which is kind of the top detective division at LAPD. They have been fairly quiet about this investigation, I guess is the fair thing to call it. The management for singer David has said he's being cooperative. We're going to take a look at that because the head of RHD, or Robbery Homicide, made a statement to People about that. So we're going to talk about that. There is lots of speculation about this case. I am going to give you what we know, what reasonable inferences can be made, and that's where I stop. The conspiracy speculation, I'm not going to get into. I will tell you when the internet is reporting things like their digital connection and whether or not they were in a dating relationship, those things should be pretty easy to determine by technological evidence. So we will see the technological evidence be a big part of this investigation. That takes time, quite a lot of time. What else is important to keep in mind? The coroner identified the LA County coroner, or the LA County ME's office, identified the remains on September 17th, 2025. There was a search warrant served at the home where David had been staying. It was rented on Doheny north of Sunset. That search warrant was served in the evening the same day that the coroner's department officially identified and released the identity of the victim. I see a lot of you asking about what about the remains. We'll talk about that. Wolf Kiara in the chat said, can you open the frunk without a key? No, you can't. You have to have access. Well, it's a Tesla, so you have to have keyed access to the vehicle, but it can be done from an app if your app is key connected to that vehicle. So if the app is key connected, then yes, you can open the frunk with the app, but that's essentially having a key because it's a digital key, and you have to have access into the interior of the car or the app. You can't just open the frunk exterior to the car. You have to have the ability to open it either inside the car or with the app that is key connected. So hopefully that makes sense. A lot of you have asked, FD said, what if the car is unlocked? Tesla's automatically, I guess there's a setting on some of them if you turned it off, but Tesla's, if you walk away without the key, automatically lock. So the car being unlocked is not something you often see with Teslas because of the auto locking features, because they auto unlock when you walk up with the key. But the cars are so digital that they have a log of who walks up with who has the key and who doesn't. I'm going to keep grabbing your questions because you guys have great questions. So I'm going to keep grabbing those. I've seen a lot of questions about the remains because there have been some reports about the remains. What I will say is we don't have full information from the coroner's office aside from that there was significant decomposition. That means that there has been time that have passed. So not an insignificant amount of time. We don't know much more from that. We're going to go through this People article and then answer some more questions. I think we got into the timeline. I have seen reports about the car getting like street sweeping tickets. Look, anyone who has lived in Los Angeles or the greater Los Angeles area knows that street sweeping is no joke. Those of you that have to move your cars for snow, same with street sweeping. Also, you generally can't park for a significant contiguous amount of time on one side of the street or the other because there are parking regulations. And a lot of them, if any of you have tried to park in like LA City proper and seen like 17 street signs and you're like, what? So the Tesla was ticketed numerous times for parking for too long, and then eventually towed. The neighbors had also complained, etc. Molly, that's a great question. I'm going to hold on to it. Molly had a question about the battery from the car. So let's see. You guys have fantastic questions. I'm going to keep holding on to them. Once we get through this article, I'm going to go through and answer questions before we move on to the next topic. So let's see. This. So we are going to I'm going to keep grabbing your questions because you guys have a ton of questions about this case, which is why I started talking about it in the first place, because I just saw so much speculation that was not information in this case. And I wanted to help give some actual grounded information, given that we do not have a ton from the authorities. And the frustration in this case is going to be waiting to see what happens. They don't have a cause of death yet. That's going to take some time. And they're just doing an investigation. Brittany said, I missed how the body was discovered. The car was reported by neighbors in the neighborhood. It was eventually towed to the tow yard. It is registered to Singer David, towed to the tow yard. The tow yard reported an odor coming from the car, and they called law enforcement because at the tow yard, they were like, yeah, no, we're not opening that. We're not touching that at all. So they called law enforcement. Law enforcement opened the vehicle and discovered the remains. And then it took about 10 days to identify the remains. So it's just going to take some time. This case is going to take time. Waiting for answers is not something we are collectively good at. It's something the law nerds are, I think, better at than most, because we would rather have a thorough investigation than watch some of the cases we've seen where it's like, why didn't they do this? And why didn't they do that? And the sad reality of this case is that now that they have identified the victim, they have her connected through the car and the search warrants at minimum to a highly recognizable public figure, which means they're able to kind of keep an eye on his movements. And for sure, the internet is. Even if robbery homicide wasn't, the internet is keeping an eye on her or him. And they still have to get all the search warrants to every social media platform to find any phone that might have been connected to her, phones that were connected to him, and all the rest of it. Those things just take time. And sometimes you can get expedited search warrants and subpoenas and things like that when someone is missing. Once someone is no longer missing, it just takes a little bit more time to get those things. So it's just going to take some time. But they're going to be working on a timeline from when her parents or her mother reported her missing in Lake Elsinore, which was almost a year prior to this, to now. So it's going to take time. Spanish Angel asked, do they have a day of death? No, they don't. They are not there yet. Do you think there will be wiretaps? It depends on what the digital trail leads them to at this point. Wiretaps you have to know a bit before you get there. Could that happen? Yes. Nicole said, I wonder if she had been driving his car. Well, not that not that it matters for much, but at 14 shouldn't have been driving anything and was in the front compartment of the vehicle. So you are not going to be able to get closed into the front compartment of that vehicle yourself. That's just not physically possible. The frunk takes a substantial amount of effort to get it properly closed. You cannot close yourself into the frunk. Someone has to close that. So let's go to this article, and then we are going to go forward. Bluebell said, I'm curious why the police issued a warrant on the producer residence. The producer, it's my understanding, rented the residence that David was living in. I don't know if there's been I haven't seen a separate search warrant, but if anyone might have digital evidence, so if a producer would have a laptop, a phone, or anything like that, they can go grab those things from whomever might have them. So let us get to this article, shall we? I could swoop. I'm going to try to get us out of the ads in just a second, but police following several leads in connection with missing teen girl found dead in singer David's car. Again, David spelled D4VD. I'm always going to just pronounce it David. His name's David. That's where we're at. Several items of evidence were recovered and will be analyzed by detectives in the coming days, an LAPD spokesperson tells People. This article is updated from September 19th, but we got more information from LAPD, and then I'm going to go double check another one because we have not had a lot of spokespeople talking about this case. So, in a statement released Thursday, a spokesperson for LAPD robbery homicide addressed the search warrant that was connected to, which we've gone through, connected to the juvenile reported missing from Lake Elsinore. She was found September 8th in the Tesla. She was identified later. LAPD investigated the impound vehicle after someone complained about the odor. Several items of evidence were recovered and will be analyzed by detectives in the coming days. Investigators are following up on several other leads. Hernandez was first reported missing, and her name is Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Some media outlets refer to her as Rivas. Some refer to her as Hernandez. So you will see both. I do not know which her family prefers, but even in this article, they have switched between Hernandez and Rivas. So you will see both of that. I will often refer to her as Celeste or the victim because, again, you don't end up in a frunk of your own volition, even though this has not been deemed a homicide investigation, even though it has not been determined the cause of death. Could there be an accidental cause of death here? That is always possible. However, you don't end up in the location where she was found by accident. So the front trunk is not accessible from the interior of the car, and you can't close it yourself. So for all of that, that is why I use the words that I do. So several items of evidence were recovered, will be analyzed in the coming days. Investigators are following several leads. Authorities have not disclosed further information about Celeste or if she had any possible connection to David, who started as a YouTube creator before he rose to fame as a musician. There is more about that. Let me go grab the other article that I was looking for when I grabbed this one. Emily, you have too many article links. I do. I absolutely do. So that is the background. This is the more recent update from September 28th. So 2 days ago, which is where we're at. So let's pull this up real quick. This is not new information. If you listened to, I hate saying that, but it's just true. If you listen to the podcast. This is not new information to you. Let's see, the way this is shifting on the screen is not working with me. Give me 1 second to shift that. Emily, it's like we're back to streaming and it's fighting with you. Shocking as we navigate where things go on the screen. Give me 1 sec to try to make this look the way I want it to. I love having our own streaming setup because I have so much more flexibility in the way that we do things. But then when I get annoyed with the way stuff looks, I'm the one fussing with it while we are currently live streaming. So the heading of that got a little bit cut off, which is every single media outlet does their stuff differently. And it annoys me so much. It just annoys me so much. So I'm going to work on bumping that over just a little bit. So if you see it moving on screen, it's me, not you. Don't worry about it. But we're going to get that done. So Celeste Rivas Hernandez was likely dead for several weeks before being found in David's Tesla trunk. I also think calling it the trunk is a bit misleading in that it was the front trunk of the Tesla, and that is a very specific compartment of the car. It is not the same thing, and I think it could be confusing to anyone who has, well, seen how the Tesla SUVs work, I guess. So that's not much better, but we tried. All right, let's just go to the bulk of the article, which is cut off in just here. We'll try to zhuzh it over that way just a little bit. The musician has not been named as a suspect or charged. His representative says he is fully cooperating with the investigation. We will talk about what fully cooperating means in just a moment, for sure. Their AI summary, and yes, these are now being done by AI summary, but their AI summary is the Los Angeles Police Department believes that the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the 14-year-old girl who was, they've corrected her age in recent reporting. I'm glad to see that because it should be corrected in that she would have been deceased prior to her birthday, which is a sad thing to say, but it is the reality of the situation. But the 14-year-old girl who was found dead inside a car belonging to musician David had been there for several weeks. We knew that when they said that this was advanced decomposition. We knew what that meant. So is there any new information in this? I mean, it's not new. LAPD Captain and Commanding Officer Scott M. Williams told People that he could not confirm if the musician was cooperating with the investigation. So what's that mean to you? Because when someone's cooperating, it's normally confirmed that they're cooperating, isn't it? They go on to say that the musician has not been named as a suspect or charged. His representative stated that he's fully cooperating with the investigation. I don't know what everybody's definition of fully cooperating is. I mean, he might be telling them, like, look, you can talk to my lawyers. Is that cooperating? Hey, we won't leave the country. Is that cooperating? Like, how do we define cooperating? Like, here's my lawyer's number. And is there any shade for someone who had a deceased individual found in their car having lawyers? No, you should have lawyers, among other things. No, I'm not surprised by that. But law enforcement's like, we cannot confirm. No, you could confirm if you wanted to. They go on to say that Celeste was found dead in an impounded Tesla registered to David on September 8th, while David, real name David, was on tour in the US. That tour has since been canceled since she was identified. LAPD believes that the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the 14-year-old girl who was found dead inside the Tesla belonging to musician David, had been in the car for several weeks before it was discovered. I agree based on everything we've seen. Absolutely agree. Speaking with people, LAPD Captain and Commanding Officer Scott M. Williams said that while many questions remain about the death of Rivas Hernandez, whose body was found inside a car in an LA parking lot on September 8th. It wasn't a parking lot. It was an impound yard. I mean, it gives a very different impression if you're saying the car was in a parking lot versus an impound yard. The car was towed to impound. So, I mean, I think it's a distinction with a difference. But I want to know what LAPD Captain and Commanding Officer Williams has to say, which is, quote, "We know for sure that Celeste died and someone placed her body in the front trunk of David's Tesla." Yes, we do. We are aware that that happened. She could not have done that herself. "We know that the Tesla had been parked at the location from which it was towed for several weeks. So it was very likely that she had been dead for several weeks prior to her body being discovered. Yes. 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 The level of decomposition is a part of that." They go on to say that the LA County ME has not determined a cause or manner of death, so we don't know for sure if anyone has any criminal culpability for her death beyond the concealment of her body. His full quote is "beyond the concealment of her dead body." The captain added, sharing that LAPD's robbery homicide division is still probing the case. Could we just say investigating? Can we just say investigating the case? Valerie asked, do Teslas have two trunks, one in the front and one in the back? Yes, Teslas have two trunks, and this was the SUV style. So the trunk in the back is more like a minivan or SUV trunk. It's not a separate compartment like a car trunk would be. The front trunk is a separate compartment. And it's not massive, but it's not small in that front trunk. Williams also confirmed that LAPD did serve a search warrant at a residence near where the car was towed. A landlord previously told San Francisco Gate that David, 20, had been staying at an LA property with his manager. Hold on, I'm going to try to keep the commercials that are just like auto rolling from being distracting to me and everyone else. So a landlord previously told San Francisco Gate that David, 20, had been staying at an LA property with his manager, but that the two moved out days after electronics and more were seized from the home per the outlet. That's when the tour also stopped. So that search warrant was served at the home September 18th. So just a little over 10 days ago. And they moved out promptly after that. Tour dates were canceled promptly after that. So continuing on with that, they go on to say that people cannot confirm what was taken from the property, but we have seen numerous outlets report that it was electronics and such. There's probably more. Additionally, speculation has circulated online about the possibility of a relationship between Celeste and the quote-unquote romantic homicide singer, as the LA medical examiner confirmed to People that the teen had a tattoo on her right index finger, which appears to match the one on David. But Williams said, as far as their relationship, it would be premature for me to say anything. Of course, that's what they're investigating. Of course, that's what they're investigating. We are looking into everything, the captain told People. Yeah, every bit of digital evidence. All of it. The LAPD would not confirm that David was cooperating with the investigation, despite his rep previously telling NBC Los Angeles that he was, quote, fully cooperating with authorities. David has not been named as a suspect or charged with a crime in relation to the case. His representative has not responded to multiple requests for comment. Oh, I'm sure the only comment is no comment. There is no comment. There is no comment. There is no comment. There is no comment that can be given. The comment is we have no comment. The only comment really is the one that they gave. We are cooperating with authorities. We have no comment. We're going to let them do their investigation. This is going back through the background of the case a little bit. The sheriff's office told NBC News that the LAPD is investigating this incident as a homicide. They're investigating it as an unknown death at this point, I'm sure. Whether they call it a homicide or not, it's being investigated by robbery homicide, but you don't end up in the frunk that way by accident. So yeah, even if the death was accidental, which they're not going to know, even if that is a possibility, you don't end up in the trunk that way. So, Rivas Hernandez was first reported missing on April 5th, 2024. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office told the LAPD, or the LA Times. There had been numerous reports of her being missing, and we went through those in the Emily show. The information I have seen, I thought we were at the end. We're not at the end. Look, the time we get to related stories, I think we're already done with the story. I get distracted. So the Riverside County Sheriff's Office said that Rivas had been reported missing from Lake Elsinore at least 3 times in 2024, according to the LA Times. The residents claimed the teen had run away from home before, though her last known whereabouts remain unclear. So they're going to look to digital evidence to do pattern of life digital evidence. So then they talk a little bit about David canceling his remaining U.S. tour dates. He also canceled his international tour dates. And that's it. So the information that I've seen about this case, one, there were lots of questions. There were lots of questions about why hasn't there been an arrest? They don't either want to or have enough information to do an arrest at this point. Remember, once there is an arrest, there is a clock attached to that. Particularly when someone is high profile and they know where they are, there is not, in my opinion, a need to rush. You just take your time and get the digital evidence. And when you get the digital evidence, then you start putting it together. They know where he is. He's easily identifiable because he is such a known public figure. They are going to be tracking every bit of digital evidence in this case. Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, everything that is also a text app like Twitter, Discord. I hope they've grabbed Roblox after everything that we've discussed with Roblox, because I bet you there is information on Roblox. So Roblox, if they haven't thought of it, actually, I should probably just text somebody at the end of this and be like, hey, what's up? Just a thought. I'm sure y'all have already thought of it because y'all have kids the same age as my kids, but just in case, please grab Roblox. If you have found her Roblox, if you have gotten to her Discord, they probably find that Roblox is connected. But Snapchat, Roblox, Discord, YouTube histories. YouTube doesn't have a chat function, so not everybody thinks to pull YouTube histories, but it's connected to Google history, phone, and anything else you can log into. A lot of you are saying Fortnite, etc. So a lot of things you can log into. So they would want to pull all of that to start finding out when accounts were logged into, how often accounts were logged into, the IP addresses they were logged into, because you can find out or start to better find out where someone is based on what IP address they're logging into. I mean, if Snapchat accounts or Discord accounts are all being logged into from the same login, you can find all of that. And then, of course, any videos uploaded, all of you are saying Twitch, any videos that are uploaded or past streams on Twitch, probably also Reddit, all those things. So they are going to grab all of it and take quite a bit of time. No, Polly said, are the law nerds going full only murderers in the building and tipping on the detectives now? I think they probably have already grabbed Roblox. I'm sure that they have. Like 5 years ago, people might not have thought about it, but Roblox is a platform where not only can you track people's behavior, but log on, log off IP addresses and communications and in-game communications. So they're gonna grab all of that information and then decide what to do. In Los Angeles, they can choose to do a grand jury, they can choose to do an arrest and then a preliminary hearing. They, with the DA's office, can make that choice. Law enforcement can't make that choice on its own, but they can make that choice with the district attorney's office. So robbery homicide knows what they're doing. It is going to take some time. Song lyrics alone are not sufficient. No matter how uncomfortable those song lyrics may be in light of what we have seen play out here. So it's just going to take time. As there are updates, I will give you updates. I have seen a lot of conversation about a coroner statement that the remains were incomplete. I have seen people extrapolate that to mean dismembered. That does not, one thing does not necessarily equal the other. So I am not going to talk about that because that is not known. Incomplete, given the state of composition, could be related to decomposition and not anything else. So I am not going to, until we have more information from the coroner's office, go down that direction of conversation just because it's not known. And the things that are known are that who the victim is, the age of the victim, that there is significant decomposition, which is going to slow things down, who the Tesla was registered to, where the Tesla was parked, that there was a search warrant, the approximate date, well, not really the approximate date of when this happened. I mean, they're going to be able to get within like a week-ish, but they're going to use digital evidence to narrow that down. So when they use digital evidence to narrow that down, they are going to have more dates and they are going to have more information. And then they're going to take a look at tour dates, who's in the area, who has access to a vehicle. Numerous people can have access to a vehicle, just like numerous people can have access to a computer. So it's going to take time. I know the internet is going to focus on the connection between the two of them and whether she was on stream or not on stream. It's tangible. It gives people something to do. Robbery homicide is going to focus on everything because where we see investigations go badly is when they only focus on one thing. I imagine that robbery homicide will start with what is known, which is everything that went on with this vehicle. Take everything that went on with the vehicle, who interacted with the vehicle, and the home. Go from who interacted with the vehicle and the home, and then start circling out for everyone that's connected and start pulling together all of that digital evidence. You don't want to say, okay, the vehicle was registered to this person. It's registered just to them. Let's just focus on them. That's not going to be a helpful investigation. So circle. They're going to keep taking circles from the vehicle outward to all of the digital evidence. So hopefully that helps. But the Tesla should have a log of all the digital keys that were registered to it, the IMEI numbers of those digital keys, and then you should be able to pretty easily get a search warrant for all of those devices. And then keep going from there. So I'm going to answer a few questions on this, and then we're going to move on to other things. So those are the updates. I don't feel like it's a real update, but it is an update because we have not heard a lot from Robbery Homicide or RHD. We haven't heard a lot from them in this case, like at all. Like, there's been very little information about this investigation. Very little. So them releasing, hey, this pretty decomposed remains that were found had likely been, this victim had likely been deceased for a substantial amount of time, that we knew that, but they've confirmed it. Sonia and many have asked, do Teslas have cameras around the vehicle? Yes, and inside the vehicle. So yes, all of that would have been subpoenaed. Everything to do with the vehicle would have been subpoenaed. And there is... I'm trying to think of how much is helpful and or not helpful, but there is also stuff that's kept on board. Amanda said, can the cameras be shut off in the Tesla? Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, because a lot of the features in the Teslas are camera based, not like sonar or radar based. So you need all the cameras around the car for the car to function as the car is supposed to function. And there are cameras inside that you can't turn off. So there are quite a lot of cameras around that car in addition to other information. And some of that is going to be kept on board, some not. Patty said, how well do forensic cleaners remove odors? Not that well. And then Anemone asked, where is all the video stored? I don't even know. Some of it's stored on board. I don't know where the rest of it is stored. I don't know if all of it's stored on board. I don't think it is. Valerie said, can owners delete camera data? Not all of it. No, I think some of it overwrites, but no. Where do all the recordings go? I don't know. It's a really good question. But there are a lot of cameras. And depending on the settings, those cameras are triggered by different things. We'll find out as this investigation goes on, I think, more about what is stored. Because here would be my guess, and this I will speculate about. Here is my guess in my speculation. We are going to learn more about what is stored and not stored and how much data is actually kept in a vehicle like a Tesla, which is a lot of vehicles lean heavily into tech, but we have not seen cases that we've covered together where they've pulled a substantial amount of car data from a, 2020, 2021, 2022 car. We have not seen interior cameras, exterior cameras, all of that pulled the way we might see in this case if it goes forward from investigation to becoming a criminal case. So I think we're going to learn more than we know. And I think we're going to find out quite a bit of information about what's kept and how long. So we will see. But I have no idea how long all of that is kept. I should look, but some of it's stored on board. But do Teslas record when not in motion? Yes, they do, Heather. They are triggered. And they can be triggered in different ways when people are walking near the car. So yes. Denise Doobie-Doo, that is not confirmed. That is only speculative. So I'm not going to get into any of that. Alley Cat said, I'm confused how music videos and lyrics can't be used when it was used in the Darrell Brooks trial. Can you explain? I don't remember it being used in Darrell Brooks, but music videos and lyrics can be used in trial. But what I said earlier in stream is that they are not enough alone. You can't just take a song lyric and be like, somebody said this, that's probable cause. There has to be quite a lot more. They can be used. When's the last time I talked about that in any depth? We talked about that with the Young Thug case. There are different rules about using art, including song lyrics, in trial. Like, there are still evidentiary rules that have to come into play. But what I've seen in this case is people pointing to his songs, his lyrics, his music videos, and being like, why hasn't he been arrested? Those things are not enough to arrest someone. There has to be a lot more than that. It doesn't mean that if someone is arrested down the road, or if David is arrested down the road, then you can use those things. But there are laws in place in California regarding how those can be used and when that comes into play. We talked about that in the Young Thug case a bit. They used it to show he was in custody and control of the car. That makes sense. I'd completely forgotten that part. But that's showing possession of a vehicle is different than using the lyric of a song to say, look, this is what happened in this case, because it was in a song lyric, or the song lyric seems to talk about things that we are seeing happen in real time. Those are different things. So we'll see. Wedge said weeks. No, nobody was driving the car, Wedge. Nobody was driving the car for weeks. The car had multiple tickets from not being moved for street sweeping. So the car seemed to be abandoned. So that. Jojo, Emily, why is the FBI not involved considering the age of the victim? The age of the victim isn't, sadly, unusual in Los Angeles. There's nothing that would really pull this into federal jurisdiction. LAPD robbery homicide has the resources to investigate it. The district attorney's office has the attorneys to prosecute it. And the age of the victim wouldn't put it into federal jurisdiction. We've talked about some of my coworkers who worked particularly in the crimes against children realm. The relative youth of the victim does not necessitate it being a federal case. And LA, more than most jurisdictions, LA is equipped to handle a wide variety of cases. I appreciate that they're not, it doesn't seem that LAPD is trying to keep this case at the front of the public's attention. The media is, but the LAPD is like, let us just do our work. A Little Farrell said he was on tour, so there's no proof that it was abandoned per se. I think if we're putting a vibes onto abandon, the thought that somebody's never coming back to the car is not correct, but the fact that the car was not being moved to keep it in compliance with the parking rules and regulations is where I'm using the word abandoned. Not that no one's ever going to take possession of the vehicle again. It had not been reported stolen, but it was parked on the street and it was not being regularly driven or moved, which is why it was getting ticketed. So, Melly said no cameras on the impound lot. I'm sure that there are, but it was towed from the street near the home to the impound. So it was not just dropped at the impound. It was taken there. Emily's type of music is all music. Probably not anything in the last 15 years though. The new music, I'm not as good with as the music from the 90s and 2000s. And by abandon, I would just indicate that the Tesla being left on the street is the issue with the Tesla. That's why it had that's why it had multiple parking infractions. There's a 72-hour, in a lot of places in LA, a 72-hour parking moratorium. And the neighbors, anyone who lives in LA, the neighbors get real salty. Real salty if cars aren't moved. Parking in LA is a shit show. Most people park on the street. Depending on where you live, this is not what is normal, but lots of people regularly park on the street. And neighbors are particularly sensitive to cars not following the pattern of life where the car is moving during the day, etc. La Sarissa said, how many emails do you think LAPD is getting of clips of streams? Tons. And they probably have a separate non-networked computer that looks at links because they're not clicking the links of things. So that. Cassia said, I am on call for federal jury duty in downtown LA. Good luck. Federal jury duty could be very cool. Just very, very cool. Let's see. What else? I'm going to look for a few more questions and then we're going to move on. Aaron said, lived in LA for years, parked on the street 90% of the time. It's what everyone does. Look, it's what everyone does. Look, the relative cost of square footage living in and around Los Angeles is such that most garages are used for living spaces, workout spaces, office spaces. They are not used to park your vehicle in. If there are 4 walls, you are not putting a vehicle in it. Also, relative concern of earthquakes and what have you, you need to have a car that is somewhere where a building is not going to land on it. So it also doesn't snow and rain in Los Angeles the way it does elsewhere. So when it does rain, it really sucks. Like having to go outside in the rain to get into your car is annoying, but lots of people deal with it. You're not dealing with trying to trudge through snow to get into your vehicle to start it. So parking either in the driveway or in the street is incredibly common. A garage is not for your, is not for your vehicle. Heather said, don't cars fade in the sun? Does anyone in LA, I mean, normal people, but did the schmancy people in LA keep their cars for more than 2 years? I don't think anyone going on tour. And again, it was registered to him. We don't know if it was a purchased car. I mean, people aren't keeping their cars in LA the way they do elsewhere in the country. Normal people do. Celebrity people don't. It's like everything's a 2-year lease and then everything's the newest whatever. I wrapped my cars to try to protect it, but I have no idea if newer car paints fade in the sun. I don't know. I've never really thought about it, but there's quite a culture in LA of like every 2 years. It's wild. LA's a whole thing. But also, I imagine that, we don't know if the car was leased or not. I would imagine that it is. They've only said it was registered to David, but if you're touring like that, I don't know if you need a vehicle. So there will be lots of questions. When there are fact-based answers, we will get to the fact-based answers. At the end of the day, lots of digital investigation is going to be needed. That is going to take time. And they are going to take circles out from the car. She speaks that as a dance teacher, Nutcracker Prep starts in July. No. It feels like the holidays are just absolutely here. Lindsay said we can split the difference on where to focus. 8.5 weeks until our annual members only stream with Dr. B. I know we need to talk to Dr. B about what we're talking about for our annual Black Friday stream. Amelia said, why are they not calling it a homicide? Last I saw, they weren't. I've seen multiple reports that vary on whether or not they're referring to the investigation as a homicide investigation or as an unknown or unattended death investigation. I have seen multiple things. They don't have anything from the coroner. They don't have any cause of death or manner of death. So how they are titling it also could indicate to the media one thing or another thing that they're not ready to do. So it's a death investigation. Saul Porty said, do you miss LA? I miss people. There are some places I miss, but there's a lot that I don't miss. So overall, no, I love where I live. So I also love, you can tell when the air changes. And when the air changes here, I'm not going, oh God, fires or earthquakes. I'm sitting here going, more leaves falling and everything's going to turn colors. And I love it. I love having seasons. So, Kathy O'Toole said, how did law enforcement open it without a key or the app? I imagine, like there are blank keys to get into certain manufacturer vehicles, that there are blank keys to be able to get into the Tesla. So Artie said, girl, we haven't had an earthquake in 20 years. That's not true at all. Because there was one a few weeks ago and I was like, hey fam, everybody good? Not a big one. We'll just knock on wood. But yes, there have definitely been earthquakes. More recently than that in LA. There were some substantial ones right before we moved. Either way, we need to move on and talk about the Karen Read Grand Juror. Do you guys remember this? We need to talk about the Karen Read Grand Juror. But first, Law Nerds, we have a Law Nerd stream sponsor today. So we're going to take a moment to thank our sponsor, Incogni, and then we're going to move on and talk about the Karen Read case. Yeah? All right. Thank you to Incogni. Let's take a moment to thank today's stream sponsor, Incogni. Look, we spent weeks talking about the Adelson case, but there was one thing that we kept talking about that came up in the wiretaps where Charlie was trying to figure out if it was the FBI or the IRS or who was coming after him. And he kept saying anyone with a phone can find anyone. And of all the things said in that trial, that is something that is 100% facts. Anyone with a phone can find your data if you're not getting it removed from the data brokers that take advantage of all of the information that constantly gets leaked, including name, address, social security number, and more. You don't have the time in your day. You're a law nerd. You're busy. We have trials to talk about. For one plan, you can put in 3 emails, addresses, and phone numbers to make sure that you are thoroughly covered. But I have made sure to extend that to cover my kids, Dr. B, and my extended family, because if they find one of us, they're going to be able to try to track back to all of us. Plus, Incogni is available risk-free for 30 days, so you can try it out for yourself and get a full refund if you're not entirely happy. So if you are ready for a peace of mind, use code EmilyDBaker at Incogni.com to get an exclusive 60% off an annual Incogni plan. That's 60% off an annual Incogni plan when you use code EmilyDBaker at Incogni.com/EmilyDBaker, or just hit the link in the chat or down in the description. And let's get back to today's stream. All right, you're gonna ask me if I remembered that I was wearing that hat when I recorded that ad. No, I 100% did not. But am I happy that I did? Yeah, I am. There's some continuity. Look, some continuity. I'm here for it. So as we swoop on to our next topic, we are going to be talking about the very chatty Karen Read Grand Juror. We covered this story briefly. There was much hubbub and fuss about whether or not this grand juror was actually talking about the Karen Read case or talking about a different case. The media was reporting that they had multiple sources and different outlets were reporting different sources, that they knew that this grand juror was talking about the Karen Read case when they disclosed grand jury information. The background on that is that the indictment gave information. My brain was like slowly backing up. It was not a fast backing up. It was like, hold on, let me check all the mirrors before we back up. We're not trusting the cameras today. It's not rapid. Nothing has happened rapidly. The brain is moving slowly, but the indictment did not specify which case the grand juror shared information on. The internet went to try to find all of that information, and then the media said it is a Karen Read grand juror. We have confirmed it with multiple sources, etc. Grand jurors sit on multiple cases when they are serving as grand jurors. There are times when grand jurors will be called and convened to just sit on one case, but most often they will sit on multiple cases during the time that they are appointed to serve as grand jurors. So you do jury duty, but you get to do like lots of different things. So in all of that being possible, as we go look at the sentencing memorandums, we're going to get a little bit more information here when we talk about whether or not information was shared that is regarding the Karen Read case. Now, frustrating thing is that some of this is redacted. Redacted. Look, am I shocked that it's redacted? No, it's It's a sentencing memo in federal court about leaking private grand jury information. So they're going to talk about the information that was leaked, and what are they going to do? They're going to redact it, because the whole thing that this person's being prosecuted for is sharing private information. So they're not going to go spill the beans in the sentencing memos, but we can surmise a little bit. But of course it's redacted because it's secret grand jury information. Now, I think there's an argument to be made that a lot of the grand jury information in the Karen Read case has already come out because of the trial, but if I'm the AUSA on this case, what I'm not going to do is put the grand jury information that this person shared in a filing that's not redacted, thus negating the thing that I'm prosecuting the person for, right? It's appropriate. It's just annoying. So we are going to look at the sentencing memorandums for the grand juror. There was a plea deal offered in this case. The grand juror pled guilty to leaking that information back on August 4th, 2025. The sentencing date is set for October 2nd. Is that tomorrow? I'm teasing. I know it's not actually tomorrow. It's what, Thursday? That's not going to be televised. We are not going to stream it. It's federal. No cameras, no audio. There's a plea deal in this case. It is a no jail time plea deal. It is a reminder to take jury duty seriously. That's what this case is. So let's take a look at the grand jurors' sentencing memorandums and see what information we can glean from what is shared. We are going to look at the defendant's sentencing memorandum first, and then we will look at the one from the government. So with that, let's talk about the United States of America versus Jessica Leslie. Defendant's sentencing memorandum. This was filed on September 25th, so just ahead of the sentencing this week. Defendant Jessica Leslie submits this memorandum to assist the court in sentencing. To determine the appropriate sentence, the sentencing court must first calculate the guidelines range, then consider what sentence is appropriate for the individual defendant in light of the statutory sentencing factors. Remember, we are talking about a federal case. The defendant pled guilty. The government said, we will ask for this. That's our recommendation. The court can say, adorable. Thank you, government, for your input. That's not what I'm doing. Oftentimes when the court does that, the court goes a bit below what the government is asking for. But like in the Murdaugh case, in his federal sentencing, the judge went, cute, no, and went above what the government was asking for. So the judge gets to determine the sentence. That's why even though there's a plea deal, there are sentencing memos. The plea deal is just the government will ask for this. The court can still do whatever they want. Isn't that strange? In state court, generally, the judge sentences you or says, I'm not going along with that sentence. Do you want to withdraw your plea? That's not how federal court works. So, continuing on. Miss Leslie urges, that's the defendant, Miss Leslie urges the court to accept the parties' plea agreement and impose a sentence of incarceration for 1 day, so essentially time served. Impose a sentence of incarceration for 1 day, deemed served, and 24 months of supervised release as sufficient but not greater than necessary. So, probation. Do I think probation's appropriate in this case? Yes. Do I think that having this conviction is already going to impact somebody's life and livelihood? Yes. And they're going to talk about this. The offense conduct. The government has provided a thorough description of Miss Leslie's communications with her former friend. Oh boy. Former friend. Former friend. Can just chat for a moment. Can you imagine that you are talking to somebody who you think is your bestie and you're just like, hey, bestie, You're never going to believe it. I'm on this federal grand jury about this case. And let me give you the tea. Like, this is who the witnesses are. This is who this is. And then Bestie goes and tells other people. And that's how you get popped by the feds. Like, look, man, there is a bestie clause that I think rivals spousal privilege. Like, spousal privilege here. Emily, just we're gonna just talk about the things. Look, spousal privilege acknowledges the fact that there might be a time in a relationship where one spouse might want to leverage what they know against another spouse. Not on the same team anymore, now on opposing sides, and the spouse can assert the privilege. So you can assert the spousal privilege against your spouse to stop them from talking. That doesn't exist for besties, right? But besties are never going to leverage information against you. That's your bestie. Besties are going to be like, you know what? I had a concussion when I was 7, and I don't know what you're talking about. No, you're going to get into Fort Knox easier than you're going to get bestie secrets. You might get bestie knowledge. Like, oh, no, my bestie's favorite drink is this. Oh, my bestie loves that candle. But you're going to get amnesia if you're like, did your bestie tell you this? I don't know what you're talking. That's so weird. I don't know what you're talking about. I have ADHD, like just goldfish memory. I don't know, man. There's no bestie privilege, but there is a bestie knowledge. It is a vault. It is a vault. I encourage that if you can find that same level bestie vault with your spouse, do that. Do that. My spouse and I have very much a what is in the vault and what is not in the vault. There are things that we don't tease each other about. There are things that we know that no one else will know. Vault. And then there are things that we will tease about. Like Dr. B will never answer a phone ever. He is going to always be like, hey, you didn't answer the phone. Weird, hun. That's so strange. Must have been really inconvenient. But it rarely happens, normally because I'm streaming, and even then sometimes I answer the phone. Hubby's gonna get shit for that forever, for not answering the phone. But there are other things that are the vault. The real shit's in the vault. The silly shit you can joke about. Same with besties. But I can see circumstances where people, not both parties, think that they are the vault. And it seems that that's where we're at here, is that not both parties think they are bae. And that is the problem. So I, as a very neurospicy person, I, in my life, have definitely misread this. I'm like, oh, wait, I thought we were way better friends than that. My bad. It happens to us all. But I think this is where we're at. Because Miss Leslie's former friend that she was disclosing information to, like, did former friend just want the tea and then told everybody else? You don't get the tea and then go tell everyone else. When your friend is on a federal grand jury, then again, friend should never share. That's a different level of fuck around and find out. But you can't go share that with everybody else. So, the government provided a thorough description of defendant's communications with her former friend. The friend's not the problem. Her disclosure of grand jury information was limited to a single individual. She told one person. And who did that person tell? Everybody. The thing is, though, the defendant's responsible for telling everybody. But how, a lot of you asked, how would, the FBI or anybody else have known about this? They wouldn't have if somebody else hadn't talked. They probably wouldn't have known. But the juror tells the friend, and the friend tells whoever, because redacted. Defendant believed the information would remain private. She thought her bestie had her back. Nope. Miss Leslie believed the information would remain private. She knew that sharing grand jury information violated her oath. The chisme was too good. The tea was too scalding to hold oneself. Too bad. Don't be on a grand jury then. Just be like, nah, I can't. So, redacted. And then it says, defendant should have recognized, you better recognize, she should have recognized that the violation of grand jury secrecy can cause serious harm to people and to the justice system, but she didn't. She does understand this now, and her remorse is genuine. I mean, more remorseful or more angry at friend? I'm curious. Like, is it I should have never told friend? Or is it, but if friend just hadn't fucking said anything, I wouldn't be here? Like, I'm curious as to where we're at. Defendant, they say, has suffered serious consequences, losing a job she loved. The title casing of that is confusing to me, the way they chose to do that. But anyway, I'm buffering. Continuing on. Defendant began working at Department of Children and Families in 2017. Not long after the communications to her friend, she was promoted to a supervisor position, achieving a goal she'd worked towards for many years. She was recently terminated. Her career path illustrates her commitment to her work, her commitment to helping families in need, and what she has lost. Okay. She began working at DCF in 2017, soon became a licensed social worker associate. She managed up to 25 cases, some involving intact families, some with children in foster care. Her case management included the assessment of families. Okay, they're going through her work and what her work was, but she lost her job. Is it linked to this? I'm curious. But they're going to delineate what her job is. To everyone who works in social work, thank you so much. However, you guys deal with so much. Take care of yourselves, because you take on like all of the worst things and don't have the resources to just fix it. If we could just give you all a magic wand to fix things, it would be lovely. But working in DCF, confidentiality would be such a huge thing that if you are breaching your grand jury duty, I don't know how your job could be confident that you were upholding the confidentiality of your job. And I think that's one of the things that can make working in fields where confidentiality is a big deal isolating, but also therapy's real, and you can talk about the difficulty of a job without spilling all the secrets. And I'm confident in that because, again, I've done that with cases. Like, there's times when I could just say to Dr. B, this case has taken it out of me and it's heartbreaking. And that's all that needs to be shared. That's not violating any confidentiality. That's just my experience of the work that I'm doing. But you are also in a field where confidentiality matters, which so many of you are pointing out in the chat for all the work that you do in social work, in therapy work, and in other types of work where it's so needed. So she lost her job subsequent to this, and they're pointing it out as a consequence she has suffered because of this. They're going to go through her background, her graduate school. Let's see. In May 2025, she was promoted to a supervisor position, overseeing up to 5 social workers, including monthly unit meetings, individual supervision, ongoing support and collaboration with social workers on their case management. She'd achieved her goal and had a job she loved. Now it's gone. Are you going to give us any more details about that? Like, if she's spilling everybody else's tea, what did they say? Did they say it was because of this? Is a conviction, a felony conviction, enough to disqualify you from DCF? Because it might be, because this would be considered a crime of moral turpitude. This is a crime that goes to the heart of somebody's trustworthiness, and she's already pled guilty. So was she terminated after her plea deal? Because she pled to a felony. So it might have been that she knew that this was going to be a consequence. A time served sentence is appropriate, they say. Probation reports that during the last 5 years, there have been 29 defendants with a primary guideline based on Section 2J1.2 of... I'm just going to read legalese at you real quick because it's what's in the sentencing memo. Hopefully they'll just translate into plain language. Maybe they won't, but there have been 29 defendants with a primary guideline based on Section 2J1.2 of OL of 10. This is not well written, and a CHC of I, all with a guideline range of 6 to 12 months. Of those 29 defendants, 9 received a sentence involving any imprisonment. The plea agreement and proposed sentence of time served is not atypical. Emily, you're not feeling well. You're just being picky with the wording of things. Just breathe, girl, and let it go. Indeed, the median sentence for those 29 defendants involved no term of incarceration at all. So they are going through, remember the sentencing guidelines is like a graph. They're going through plotting the graph and saying, look, there have been these 29 different defendants that have similar guidelines. And of those, most 20, in fact, do not serve any incarceration. Only 9 received imprisonment. That is not for this charge. That is for similarly situated defendants with different charges. Provided attachment 1 are several letters sent from her partner and from colleagues. They describe defendant as being devoted to her work, to her family, and driven by a desire to help others. The thing is, though, you have to be trustworthy. And there is a difference between, hey, I'm on federal jury duty, I can't talk about it, or even, which I think is very gray zone, hey, I'm on federal jury duty, crazy stuff happened today, you're going to eventually see it in the news. That I still think is crossing a line, but there's a difference between that and, oh my God, witness John Smith testified today. Oh my God, witness, whoever testified today. Oh my God, you're not going to believe that so-and-so said such and such. And when we are talking about the Karen Read case, we know that everybody knows fucking everybody. So it's not just going to be like, oh my God, this witness testified. It's going to be like, oh my God. Pick a witness from the Karen Read case. Jen McCabe? Sure, she testified at grand jury. Oh my God, Jen McCabe, you know her? Like, her she's married to Matt McCabe, but also like her sister's married to Brian Albert. No, those Alberts. Right. No, their kids go to insert school. Oh, and they're on this sports team, insert whatever sports team. Don't do it in the chat. We're just narrating. Oh yeah, no. Don't you remember like her kid played with so-and-so's cousin on this hockey team? Right. No, of course. Do you ever see them at the grocery store? Like everyone's talking about this case. It's not just going to be, oh my God, a witness said this about this. This case is so integrated with the community. It is going to be oh my God, no. No, didn't your sister go to high school with like their friend? It's going to be interwoven. It's not just talking about, oh my God, this undercover testified about the craziest thing. It's not that. They go on to say that the defendant prior to this has never been charged with a crime. I imagine they couldn't have become a social worker if they had been. There is nothing to suggest that her conduct here was anything other than aberrational. Great use of word. However, I don't know if having a position of trust dealing with a lot of confidential information is something that can still happen. So, nor is it warranted for general deterrence. What she has already gone through and what she will have to deal with in the future due to the loss of job sends a clear message that a violation of grand jury secrecy is a serious offense and risks wholly upending one's life. Conclusion, for these reasons, the court should find that a sentence of incarceration for 1 day deemed to serve in 24 months of supervision released achieves the purpose of sentencing. So we are going to talk about that. Jolene, this was a great question. Can a member of a grand jury talk about the trial after the trial is over? They cannot talk about what happened at grand jury unless it was disclosed during trial. So during trial, grand jury things came up and became public knowledge. You could vaguely discuss the public knowledge, but no, you can't say, oh my God, there's so much more, and then this, and then this, and then this. Grand jury proceedings are secret, period. Forever. Just forever. Irene said some jobs require silence. My mother's bestie was diagnosed with cancer at the hospital I worked at. Never mentioned it to my mother. Yeah. There were times that Dr. B was treating patients that I knew, and we did not talk about it. We didn't talk about it. There were times he was treating friends of mine. We did not talk about it unless said friend shared with me what was going on, but we didn't talk about it because it's not appropriate. What's going on in their mouth is their business unless they tell me, even when they're sharing what's going on with their mouth with my husband, because again, we lived in a small community, but it's not something we talked about unless they shared it with me. So it doesn't matter that like, you can't make me testify against my spouse. It's also a level of privacy. Not to mention, there were times I'm like, well, I'm not telling Dr. B what was going on in your mouth because I've known you since we were in high school. So it's best that we all just keep secrets. I'm teasing, but in that situation, I'm not. It's best that we just don't. Okay, so this is to Judge Indira. I cannot put the letters in the right order. I think Indira is correct. I suspect I am just butchering this judge's beautiful name, but we will continue. This is a letter from partner. All right. Dear Judge, not Triwani, Talwani. My name is German Picos? Picos? I'm never going to survive today. I'm not going to survive the names. My brain is not firing on all cylinders. My name is German. We're going to leave it with German. I hope this letter finds you well. I had the privilege of building a new life and being the boyfriend of Jessica Leslie for the past 5 years. In that time, what chisme has she shared? I want to know. In that time, Jessica has become an integral part of my children's lives. That's great. Taking on the roles of guardian, role model, and best of all, a second mother. That's fantastic. Jessica has effortlessly brought out the best in me and this has been made possible by her patience, compassion, and fearless commitment to put in the work needed to achieve our family goals. Everybody that comes to know Jessica will tell you she is an extremely hard worker, intelligent, and always leaves a positive opinion on others. She is constantly putting other people's needs before hers, and she'll never turn down an opportunity to help a friend in need. Well, she told all of people's business, though. So that's probably true, but her friend put all that business out on the street. In the 5 years I've known Jessica, she has continuously strived to better herself by seeking self-improvement and consulting with a therapist on a regular basis. I mean, if you work in social work, I think that is necessary. She selflessly gives back to her community, and this shows with her career as she was recently promoted to the position of supervisor for the Department of Children and Family Services, an organization that she has dedicated close to 10 years of her life to, including pursuing her master's degree in social work at Salem State University. I witnessed her balancing full-time job at DCF while attending graduate school, completing 2 internships, and graduating as a selected member of the Social Work Honor Society. That's fantastic. However, the flip side of this all leans towards not only did you know better, but like you knew better. Like on another level. Like you knew. Like you knew. It wasn't like vibes. This was actual knowledge. You did a ton of work and you knew. The letter goes on to say, I recognize the severity of the situation before you, and I fully respect the laws we have in place that make up our legal process. Jessica is sincerely remorseful, and she wholeheartedly regrets this serious lapse in judgment. The situation that Jessica finds herself in does not in any way define who she is or what she contributes to society. I humbly ask that you take that into consideration. I mean, I agree that jail time doesn't serve the goal here. I think the conviction and having to go through court and having to go through all of that is going to alter the way that this defendant sees things. I didn't realize they had signed it with what looks like it might be an address, so I'm going to zoom past that. However, and I'm not saying this to be hyperbolic, there is very real concern when you are dealing with private court information that there can be very serious real world consequences. I have talked to you about having cases that involved witness killing. I have had cases where witnesses have been assaulted. I'm not going to talk about those much more in depth because they still just make me beyond angry, but people can be put in very real danger if it is discussed that they have been at a grand jury. And a lot of grand juries occur before a defendant's ever arrested. So a defendant's out of custody. There are very real world issues that can come from that. And that's also true working in DCF. There can be very horrific real world consequences. So it's not just, though I joke about, spilling the tea, it's not just tea, because people can be harmed and or killed with that information and because of that information. So and she knows that, being a social worker, and social workers work, a lot of you have pointed this out. Rose with Thorns is thinking exactly where I'm thinking. Social workers are around court cases in work. Yes. And court cases in work that are also sealed. Family cases are sealed. They don't ever become public a lot of the time. Sriracha, I agree with you. Sriracha said, I realize it's her own fault, but still think the friend is the absolute worst. Two things can be true at once. Look, friend, also the worst. Yep. So yeah, it sucks. All right. The next letter is, it looks like a coworker. Let's see. Supervisor at DCF, have been employed at DCF since 1985. Met Jessica on her first day. She joined the unit. Jessica told me that her goal was to be a long-term employee at DCF. She planned to take advantage of training opportunities offered by the department and eventually attended grad school. I think that's all great. She worked in all different kinds of avenues within the department. She worked at the juvenile court center. Like, you talk about things that are sealed. Juvenile court is sealed. You can't talk about it. It goes on to say, I recall praising her work, her ability to be respectful of the families with whom we work. Part of that is not sharing their information, as well as having rapport with families, even in the most, does that say conflictual? My brain is not working today. I don't think I've ever seen that word used. Even in the most high conflict cases, conflictual. Even in the most conflictual cases, we're going with it. That's what that says. My brain is not braining today. Attorneys who work with Jessica consistently compliment her solid work ethic, her relationships with families, her collaboration with them, and the written reports she provided to the court. Again, all of this indicates more and more how much she already worked with the court system. And if you do not respect the system that you work within, it's going to be tough. So I get it, because as an employer, I can see DCF or DCFS, me reverting to Californian. I can see DCF saying, if something happens with this employee, if they share information, if something happens, we're on notice. Also, I don't know if you lose your license when you have a felony, but you might. Janet B., thank you for the work that you do. As a juvenile law clerk, I can't imagine telling people about cases. It's people's lives, not gossip. Right. And once it goes to court in public, like the Karen Read case, I can see calling up your bestie, being like, oh my God, did you see so-and-so testify? Like, what's with the new highlights? I get it. But that's not what the grand jury is. Thank you, chat, for all of you that Googled conflictual. I had never heard it before either. We've got a new word of the day. Look, Nishay said conflictual is in the Oxford Dictionary. Thank you, Nishay. Law nerds, you're the best. We have a word of the day. We're going to need our own word of the day sound at some point. I don't know what we're going to decide, but we need a word of the day sound. We have a word of the day. Hold on. Let me just pull it up. Thank you all for checking it. It's not just us. It feels like it's fake. However, let's see. Let me go find it. Let me find conflictual real quick, because I think I probably would have used the word high conflict, but I imagine that's not what Emily, we're not trying to get to the other stories. Conflictual, characterized by conflict or disagreement. The example given by the interwebs is he had a conflictual relationship with his stepfather. That's the interesting context.
Conflictual.
There's our word of the day. We'll do it one more time.
Conflictual.
Conflictual. What is the synonym of conflictual? Of, pertaining to, or characterized by conflict. Conflictual, aggressive, antagonistic, argumentative. Y'all, it's going to be so much fun when you use the word conflictual and someone tries to well actually you and you're like, nah, bitch, no. That's a real world. That's a real world. Jesse said, so the Adelson Markel divorce case was conflictual? According to us, yes. According to those experts, no. But I'm here for it. All right. Ellie, this is a great suggestion. Did I add an extra syllable? Eli? Ellie. I'm going, please let me know which one is correct. Humbly suggesting the soundbite from the song Word Up. We could pull Rashawn Ross singing Word Up because Dave Matthews started covering it this year. Because my brain immediately went to Word Crimes by Weird Al, but my brain is keyed to what has happened more recently. So, recency. I think Word Up is an excellent choice. I do. Word Crimes is also, we're going to have to think about it. But yes, we need a word of the day soundbite. I like Word Up though. It's a solid suggestion. All right. I went to the Word Up cover by Korn. I didn't know Korn covered Word Up. I mean, I have 6 buttons on each screen. We could do a few. This is a great suggestion. Schematics. No. Schemonomics said we need time to think about this. No rash decisions. I think we might need to have, we might need to have like a, not a tier list, but a March Madness type of the word bracket. Thank you. The word has fucking escaped me. We might need to bracket it. Thank you, chat. This is why I don't stream when I am under the weather. Imagine how bad it would have been last week. It's bad today. Imagine. But yeah, we might need some. We might need some. We'll take suggestion. We might need to bracket. Yep. Kate aka Track a Cat said, I love that we have time to dissect this. That's what we're here for. The Law Nerds are here for a tangent. I just pulled up Korn's Word Up. I mean, I'm always here for some Korn. All right. We might have to put together a bracket. I'm here for it. It might just be a bracket of people covering Word Up. There might be enough for a bracket of people covering Word Up. Either way, conflictual. Conflictual is our word of the day. We'll put it down in the description. The Cozy Treehouse said, EDB, how do we get to a bigger board? This one expands. It's fine. It's magic. We just have more different screens to swipe back and forth to. All right. So her coworker has written a letter saying that she was great in her work, that judges praised her work. I imagine those judges would be like, this is pure speculation on my part, but I imagine those judges would be like, really? Come on. You do great work. We need people system that do great work, who care about their work. We need good social workers. What are you doing? However, I think this is a great example when you talk to people about one decision can kind of derail things, but I'm interested to see what the state says about whether this was a one thing or if this was more than a one thing. So it makes me sad because this is such an easy choice to not do. But there are consequences for choices. This was a choice. It's just so frustrating because it's also so avoidable. But let's see what the government has to say. They go on to talk about the great work she did with families, work she did as a supervisor. Judges praised her work. She worked well with families with kids diagnosed with autism. She did good work. She was continuing to improve her work. When Jessica was selected as a member of the grand jury, she was balancing the demands of her job, attending graduate school, and going through a divorce. It was a highly stressful time for her. When she began on the grand jury, her workload was not adjusted. Therefore, she had one less day to complete the needed job duties. Yeah, that sucks. Government work is not always easy. That does suck. So she had one less day to complete needed job duties in an already adjusted schedule. Jessica has always presented herself with goals, determination, and drive. The situation that she faces currently is what I would characterize as completely out of character. Thank you for taking the time to read the letter. I think it's so avoidable, and that makes it really sad. Let me make sure this one doesn't have an address on it. Okay. I hit the wrong button. Hit the button, Emily. Wrong button. This is another character reference letter. I'm writing in support of Jessica as she appears before the court. I've known Jessica as a deeply committed professional who has worked as a social worker for a decade. Throughout her career, she dedicated herself to serving and uplifting vulnerable individuals and families. In that time, she touched the lives of hundreds of people, providing not only critical services, but hope, compassion, and guidance in moments of great difficulty. They go through and talk about her work and then say, I understand the seriousness of the matter before the court. I do not wish to minimize the circumstances that have brought Jessica here today. Throughout this entire court involvement, Jessica has remained committed to complete honesty and integrity, even when it has been incredibly difficult, which is respectable. However, I respectfully ask that you also consider her years of service, her dedication to her community, and the positive impact she continues to have on others. The recommended sentence here is probation. That's the recommended sentence. So they go on to say, it is my belief that Jessica still has much to contribute to her family, her profession, and her community. I hope the court will consider her longstanding commitment to helping others. I think it's, again, in some cases, a probationary sentence might not seem appropriate. In this case, a probationary sentence, she pled guilty the second this was filed and worked out that guilty plea. I imagine she also was very cooperative when they're like, did you do this? I imagine she was cooperative because otherwise they don't offer you a time-served probationary plea deal right off the bat. And that's what they did here. Let's take a look at the government sentencing memo real quick, and then we're going to, I keep saying real quick, and it continues to be a lie. Emily, there's been nothing quick about today. Your brain processing speed, nothing. There's been nothing quick. But she has worked herself out of a job. I don't know if this felony conviction will impact her licensing. It's very well that it might. It's very possible that it might. It's just avoidable. And they tell you very specifically, grand juries are secret. And this is someone who knows court well. So, there's been real world consequences, and that's something the judge can consider. So this is the government sentencing memo. This is from September 25th. Let's see. Government sentencing memorandum. Defendant Jessica Leslie pled guilty to the sole count of the information in this case. Charges her with criminal contempt in violation of 18 U.S.C. 401 subsection 3. The contempt is don't disclose grand jury proceedings, and then she disclosed. The parties have executed a written agreement pursuant to Federal Rule Criminal Procedure 11C1C that proposes punishment as a 2-year term of supervised release to follow 1 day of incarceration deemed served, so time served. For the reasons that follow, the government states that this sentence is sufficient but not greater than necessary to achieve the goals of sentencing, and respectfully request the court to accept the jointly proposed resolution. Background, this is the part I'm most interested in. The government agrees with the facts set forth in the pre-sentence investigation report, or the PSI, as it's referred to some places, or the PIR. jurisdiction. In sum, the defendant was sworn as a federal grand juror in May 2022. She was advised of the obligation of secrecy imposed by Federal Rule Criminal Procedure 6E. Beginning in 2023, the defendant communicated with a friend by both text messages and voice calls on the dates that she presented for service on the grand jury. Dates. Not date. Dates. That's plural. Forensic evidence collected by investigators shows that across several months, the defendant divulged information to her friend that she was required to keep secret. Across several months. The identity of witnesses, the dates on which they appeared, the topics that they testified about. Identity of witnesses, and I am not exaggerating, can cause people substantial harm and can get people killed. That is a very real thing. And it feels like it's dramatic. It's not dramatic. It happens. So this isn't just a one conversation or a one thing said. Months. Identity of witnesses, dates they appeared, topics they testified about. The defendant talked explicitly about two particular matters occurring before the grand jury. So not just a one case, two cases. Her friend both posted publicly available tweets sharing or communicating on information that implicated both of those investigations and engaged in private chats with other users in which she shared specifics of the details passed on to her by defendant. Insert funny name here said, was the juror charged with a felony or misdemeanor? Felony. Contempt of court. So the friend tweeted about it and chatted about it. In one circumstance, the friend posted about a sealed indictment before the targets were arrested. Because grand jurors vote on the indictment's sealed, the arrest happens, and then it gets unsealed. But when you give people the heads up, it can not only lead to violent conflict when they are arrested, but it can lead to them fleeing, among other things. People make different decisions when shit gets real. That's why we read this 1 second. She commented on information that implicated both of the investigations and engaged in private chats. In one circumstance, the friend posted about a sealed indictment before the targets were arrested. Someone saw the tweet and, rightfully concerned, reported the leak. The defendant was identified as the source and, when questioned by the FBI, admitted to disclosing the secret information, and she knew that it was wrong. So the FBI went like, hey, about that thing we saw on the Bird app, we have a few questions. I imagine friend at that point was just like, hello, FBI persons. So-and-so told me. They told me. They told me. Chat's opinion is changing drastically. Chat is just like, nope. Was it the months of conversation that did it for y'all? Also, if you see friend posting on Twitter, don't you call up friend and go, what the fuck did you just do? Take that down immediately. You can't share this with anybody else. Or did defendant see that information and go, well, it's out there now. I have so many more questions. So somebody saw the leak, reported it. Defendant was identified as the source, and the FBI questioned the defendant, and she said, yep, I admitted that I did it. I knew it was wrong. My bad. Or do you think when the FBI arrived, she was like, excuse me, I need 10 minutes. I need 10 minutes to make 15 phone calls. Now I'm just rampantly speculating. Oh boy. Sentencing guidelines. The government agrees with the U.S. probation's calculation of the defendant's total offense level, 10, which is consistent with how the parties computed it in the written agreement. They're talking about the factors for the court to weigh. We've gone through this quite a lot. They're also talking about why the grand juries matter. So we're going to read that real quick. A properly functioning grand jury is essential to the administration of justice, and the proper functioning of a grand jury system depends on the secrecy of the grand jury proceedings. Right? Because the grand jury might investigate someone and never indict them. And knowing that somebody was under grand jury investigation can impact their life before they're ever indicted. And if they're never indicted, how do you even clear your name if you don't have a process to do that? It's just like, oh, they were investigated. And well, I would love if everyone was like innocent until proven guilty. There is a taint that comes along with, oh, they were investigated by grand jury. If they were never indicted, how do you clear that? It's part of why this, it's not the only part, but it's part of why this is secret. They go on to say a properly functioning grand jury is essential. This secrecy helps protect the reputations. Oh, I should have just kept reading. They said the same thing I did. I should not be shocked. This secrecy helps protect the reputations of individuals who may be investigated but not ultimately indicted, encourages witnesses to testify freely and frankly without fear of retaliation or public scrutiny, which is becoming a bigger and bigger and bigger issue. Public scrutiny is becoming an issue. People going after those involved in cases is becoming a bigger issue. It also prevents targets from fleeing or tampering with grand jury witnesses. The court communicated those principles to the federal grand jury, on which the defendant was impaneled in May 2022, admonishing specifically that grand jurors, quote, this is what the judge said to them, quote, must be careful to preserve that secrecy by not communicating with their family, friends, representatives of the news media, or any other persons concerning anything that transpires in the grand jury room. Is that not fucking clear? Does it get any clearer than be careful to preserve the secrecy? Do not communicate with family, friends, media, anyone concerning anything that transpires in the grand jury room. The defendant violated that oath over and over again across the span of almost a year. Not a one thing. The defendants claim to the FBI that she merely got, quote unquote, wrapped up in the fervor surrounding Redacted. What Massachusetts case was at a grand jury during this time that had fervor? Was there that much fervor going on when the grand jury was going on? Because what is unique about the Karen Read case is that the federal grand jury was going on after Karen Read had been arrested and her case was proceeding towards trial. The Karen Read case was already picking up steam. It's not as if there was a grand jury going on and nothing else going on in that case. Defendant made a claim to the FBI that she merely got wrapped up in the fervor surrounding Redacted case. The prosecution goes on to say that might be persuasive in another set of circumstances, but here that claim must be met with some skepticism. This violation was not fleeting or the product of a momentary lapse in judgment. It was repeated, consistent, and in some cases planned. What? Planned? Megan S. said, so who were they going to arrest? There were multiple grand juries going on during this time. There were multiple grand juries going on during this time. So the violation was repeated and in some cases planned. On almost every date that she disclosed secret information to her friend, the defendant moved the conversation from text to phone, a move that was obviously designed to avoid the likelihood that she would get caught unlawfully sharing secret grand jury information. The consciousness of guilt is magnified when examined in the context of her own acknowledgement of what was expected of her. This, the defendant clarified to her friend, quote, as she was disclosing secret information. So she texted in her friend, this is secret information? She clarified to her friend that she was disclosing secret information, that it is illegal for grand jurors to talk about what is happening, and that other grand jurors don't tell other people what happens before them. These are all coming direct quotes from the PSR. All of you are going to ask, Emily, can we look at the PSR? No, it's sealed. Because it has code red. I saw the code red in the chat because it has grand jury information in it. But she told the friend, this is illegal, this is secret, and other people don't do this. So it just keeps getting worse. And then the friend was like, great, let me put it on Twitter. Like, what's that decision-making process like? Great, it's secret, it's illegal to share it with me, so I'm gonna go share it with everybody. She's a talker? She's a talker.
Bruh.
Y'all, I feel like we're at Audacity. I feel like the vibes are Audacity more than what the fuck. Are we at this? Is just the audacity of this behavior. All of you in the chat are like, she's telling them everything. I feel like sometimes we jump over Audacity to what the fuck, but I feel like we're at Audacity. Now chat is username not found said, I see why she got fired, right?
Bruh.
The audacity. All right. I'm going to grant code green. We're going to go to Audacity because planned for over a year. This wasn't a whoopsie, right? So we're starting to see, and I'm starting to wonder, chat, let me know how you're feeling about it. This is pure speculation on my part. I'm starting to wonder, was this a conversation with a bestie, or was this trying to impress someone she wanted to be friends with more? Was this, because you don't need to impress your bestie. This doesn't seem like, bestie, I'm stressy. This seems like trying to impress someone. Like, I've got the inside. Look at me. I've got the inside scoop. Right? All right. Let's go to code. We're going to start with code Audacity and we'll go from there. So code Audacity granted. Let's see if I can get these lights green without, we're going to just destroy the white balance today. It's going to be fine. Let's just do it. Code Audacity was too fast for me to change the lights. I was not ready. Ooh, okay. White there we go. That's not terrible. We'll just look, everything is so much more crisp with our streaming software that when the white balance gets all screwed up, it's noticeable. So let me make sure that, I need to fix that. This is what I need to fix. Emily, you need a day in your office to just do things that are not streaming. I know. That's better. I know I do. It just, when do we ever have time? I need to make the time. I thought I would have time, and then I got sick, and it screwed everything up. All right, let's make that light a little less red. All right. Let's continue on. Samantha said, don't they call that consciousness of guilt? That's what the government called it here, the switching from the text message to the phone calls and saying that she knew it was illegal. Yeah. Let's continue. Now that we're at code Audacity. She said she knew it was illegal and that other grand jurors don't tell other people. At least one of the defendant's unauthorized disclosures implicated public safety. On January 25th, 2024, defendant texted her friend, redacted, "It'll be in the news tonight." She went on to describe the overreaching or overarching basis of case and specifically highlighted information that's redacted. The same evening, her friend posted a public tweet which highlighted that there were impending federal charges for the MSP. This tweet, at the time it was observed, had already garnered over 26,000 views. That's from the pre-sentencing report. It's no leap to assume that some of those views may have been members of MSP, witnesses who testified, or targets of the investigation. The indictment and arrest were not publicized until a full 5 days later on January 30th, 2024. That is not the Karen Read case. Grace Bay said, yep, the MSP CDL scandal. Yep. This grand juror was a grand juror on both the MSP CDL case and the Karen Read case. Both. And I think the caught up in the fervor of a case is specifically the Karen Read case, based on the fact that numerous media outlets had sources that indicated that's what it was. But there are two. And now the government has lined out very clearly that there were two investigations that this grand juror shared information on, which is why at the beginning of this, when everyone said, no, this isn't the Karen Read case, it's another one, I'm like, multiple things can be true. Multiple things can be true. Cat Mom, the chat will fill in. I did not cover the MSP CDL stuff. So it goes on to say, indictments accompanied by arrest warrants remained sealed for reasons well known to this court. There is inherent risk of flight and, especially where defendants have access to firearms, as would sworn police officer, a risk of danger for law enforcement tasked with executing the arrest warrants. Arrests can be dangerous. They shouldn't be, but they can be. Thankfully, the defendant's disclosure in this case did not tip off any of the targets here. This is, however, an egregious transgression of the rules in and of itself, given the nature and scope of the unlawful disclosures. Yeah, hey, we just signed an indictment, it's going to be on the news tonight, is wild. What's worse, perhaps, it keeps getting worse. What's worse, perhaps, is that the compliance with the court-ordered obligation to maintain confidentiality of the matters occurring before the grand jury should have come easily to the defendant. This gets into the defendant's specific knowledge of the court system. She has worked for years in a profession that requires the same discretion on a daily basis. Against that backdrop, the breadth of her offending is difficult to comprehend. How have your feelings changed since we read the defense sentencing memorandum into the state sentencing memorandum? Because when we read this indictment, the indictment was shared witness names and summaries of their testimonies. That was it. We've gotten a lot more information here. The state goes on to say, nonetheless, this is not a situation where grand jury material was provided to subjects or targets of the grand jury, or was otherwise used to endanger or retaliate against witnesses or obstruct justice. So the government's like, we know it was bad, but no one was murdered. Like, this wasn't used to take a hit out on anybody. So I guess that, it's not the most terrible use of this information. This information was not used to endanger witnesses, though it could have done that. It was not done for that purpose. It was not used to retaliate against witnesses, and it was not used to obstruct justice. Furthermore, as the defendant points out, she has suffered a severe collateral consequence in addition to those typically attendant to sustaining a felony conviction. She was terminated from her employment with DCF, a position of trust that requires her to exercise judgment and protect the confidentiality of her clients. This outcome is, of course, foreseeable, but it is also directly relevant to the type and duration of punishment that is merited in these circumstances. I think this is a very fair balancing. Look, this is a serious offense. This is not the most serious offense that is ever offensed. Emily Impolito said, so basically, but did you die? Exactly. It was bad. It could have had collateral consequences that were worse, but it was not the worst. And all of law is a spectrum of things, right? There are terrible people who have small offenses. There are great people who have large offenses, and there is everything in between. And law needs to look at the offenses first and then look individually at the people who commit them. And her being someone who has no criminal record matters, but her being someone who has a position of trust within the court system also matters. But losing your job and your career that you've worked for 10 years and not being able to work in that field again is also a punishment. Does this person need to go to custody to get the point that this is a problem? Probably not. I think the point has been made, right? There have been severe consequences there. So the government goes on saying, given this, the fact that she lost her, not just her job, but her career, given this and the defendant's lack of criminal history, the significant public attention her prosecution has garnered, the collateral consequences she has suffered, and her swift acceptance of responsibility, the government does not believe that a term of incarceration is necessary to punish the defendant, protect against her recidivism, or promote respect for the law. A term of 2 years of supervised release is sufficient and will allow U.S. probation to monitor the defendant's efforts at rehabilitation. Right. She should have known better. There have been consequences. Putting her in custody doesn't achieve any real goal that probation can't achieve. Conclusion. On balance, the joint recommendation is a reasonable one that satisfies the court's obligation to impose a sentence that is just, that reflects the nature and seriousness of the defendant's offense, and that will adequately deter both this defendant and others who might commit the same type of crime. I imagine the judge is going to have a lot to say at sentencing about the serious lapse in judgment and but you did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. You knew, you didn't care, you told your friend you knew, and you did it anyway. Dogs, rats, fish, cats. That was very difficult for my brain to parse. Today is just a whole thing. I hearken back to the Hangover movies. I'm sure there are also other references to, but did you die? So that's where my brain went, but I'm sure chat has other thoughts. So what do you guys think? Do you think it's a reasonable thing? I think that everyone, because of how public the Karen Read case is, and if this defendant did get caught up in the fervor of the Karen Read case, then this prosecution becoming incredibly public is also appropriate. The sentencing is going to happen this week on Thursday. It is a federal sentence. I'm sure there will be local media in the courtroom to tell us what happens. I'm sure the judge will have some stern things to say, but I also imagine in this case of the Karen Read grand juror who was just sharing information with her friend who then shared it with others and put it on social media is a reminder that the grand jury process is secret and that if jurors step out of bounds, there can be consequences. And in this case, the consequence is that the grand juror was indicted for one count of felony contempt of court and lost her profession. She was a licensed social worker and lost her job working with DCF, a position it seems she had worked for 10 years to get. This will be financially costly, being cost and fees of probation and fines and what have you. But is this a case where she needs to go into custody to remind her that this behavior is not ideal? No. Is she a danger or threat to society? No. Is she going to do this again? Well, no. I don't think she'll ever serve on a jury again, because they ask you if you have a felony conviction. What's your felony conviction for? Criminal contempt of court for sharing secret grand jury information. Right. So this case has upended her life. Thankfully, the witnesses whose information was disclosed were not harmed. That the indictment, the pending indictment in what seems to be the MSP CDL scandal, did not cause more of an issue or confrontation, but the courts took action on this, and I am not surprised that the FBI swooped in. But the defendant's sentencing memorandum was very much, this was a lapse of judgment. And the government's sentencing memorandum was, this was planned, this was ongoing for a year, and this was witness identities. This was what the witnesses were saying when the witnesses testified. And they said that the defendant disclosed to the FBI that she got caught up in the fervor surrounding a redacted case, Karen Read, and that she told her, well, now former friend, this is illegal. I am not supposed to share this information, and other grand jurors don't share this information. And yet, she mentioned it all. Where is it? I didn't grab it fast enough. We'll fix it in post.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
So this case serves as a reminder that you cannot talk about grand juries. Different than if you serve on a criminal jury and the criminal case goes to trial, you can talk about it afterwards. But this was not a one-time incident. And speaking of whether or not jurors can talk about their jury service, it's time to go to Florida, y'all. It's time to go to Florida. It's time to go to Florida. It's time to go talk to Judge Clicky Clack. Look, man, I'm so tempted to email the court in Florida. I might. Y'all don't, because their email will just get too much. But I just really want to know, what keyboard is Judge Everett using? I'm so curious. I'm so curious. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back from Audacity. We're gonna fly to Florida. I think it's appropriate to bust out some EDB air, and we'll go to Florida. Thank you, Miguelina. Let's EDB air it to Florida, shall we? Let's go. All right. Did y'all enjoy the flight? I know. Grab your snackies. Whatever you want. Your snackies. We get to just build our own plane. So, let's go to Florida to talk about Donna. Donna. Y'all watched the Donna Adelson trial with me. We all watched that together. Donna Adelson is still pending sentencing. There's a hearing October 14th. We will watch that together. I'll end up moving stream to the afternoon. It might be a pretty quick status hearing. They have not set a sentencing date yet. However, after Donna Adelson's conviction on all three counts that she was faced with, which were murder, conspiracy to commit murder, solicitation of murder, on the murder charge, she is facing life, period. It's Florida, no parole. You don't even really need to say life without the possibility of parole, because in Florida there is no parole. So just life. The end. So after Donna's conviction, the sentencing is statutory as to that. And then she can be sentenced. I believe it's up to 30 years on the other two counts, but I would want to double check. It is a life sentence plus the other things. The defense attorneys made their, necessary and expected motions. These are not their appeal. These are before their appeal. So they made a motion for new trial. They made a motion for the judge to reconsider the judgment of acquittal. That was a fairly short motion that we didn't go over very much because it was, Your Honor, huh? We asked for a judgment of acquittal and you said no, but what do you say now? Still no? Okay, thanks. The focus of our attention when looking at Donna Adelson's motion for new trial was a request to interview jurors in the motion for new trial, saying that one of the jurors, the foreperson, had posted about the case on TikTok. We went and looked at TikToks. There will be a very few of you that might not be able to watch that video depending on where you are because some of the music in the TikToks got blocked in like 2 countries. But our viewership percentage there is like 0.01%. So we're like, okay. We didn't cut it out. So for those of you that watch in the places where most of you watch, you can see that video because music on TikTok. Isn't it funny? YouTube and Instagram, when we talk about music, we need to talk about this too, but each platform has their own agreements with how music can be used. So music that can be used in a TikTok is not necessarily approved to be used in like a YouTube short or an Instagram reel. And it's so interesting how the different platforms have all the different agreements when it comes to music. Either way, we went through the TikToks and the foreperson said essentially, I'm on a jury. That sounds kind of lovely. Like I don't have to go to work. I'm not at home with the kids. Like I get to just go do jury duty. Seems great. And then after the case talked about serving as a juror, which they are allowed to do, different than a grand juror. Trial juries can talk about their experience on jury duty. They don't have to, but they can choose to. Big fan of choice over here. So they get to choose to do that. Donna Adelson's attorneys wanted to interview the jurors for reasons. And we went through that motion pretty thoroughly. And now we have the judge's response. And the judge immediately says in the filing, even in the docket, it says defense motion denied. Like the docketing item starts with the ruling, but really it's not the ruling that we are most interested in for our purposes, I don't think, because we knew largely that this was going to be denied. What the judge would say was interesting to us, but we knew it was going to be denied. What I'm very interested in is the fact that this is 57 pages long. And the judge included a ton of excerpts from transcripts. And once I looked at this and I was like, 57 pages. I don't know if my voice is I have been sick. I don't know if I can do this. And then I saw that it was a lot of transcripts. I'm like, buckle up for transcripts. So I think most of you have probably seen coverage of this because it was filed by the court last week while I was indisposed. Well, I had taken ill and was not a functioning human. But thank you for no spoilers. I have not read this yet, aside from the headline and seeing that it was filed. Judge Everett is just like, oh, we get to use this.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
You know, I need to do a receipts, screenshots, timeline, fucking everything. I also need to look, Emily, you're just making a to-do list out loud. Yes. I need to take a look at if the Brian Walsh case is going to conflict with BravoCon. Like real world problems. That's on my note. Emily Ippolito said, I love the term taken ill. It's very Bridgerton. Oh, I texted Judge Abby the most dramatic, ridiculous. She's like, how are you doing? I'm like, I have taken ill and taken to my bed. I feel faint, but I'm sure I will make a full recovery eventually. Because why not? Why not be dramatic? I've taken to my bed. I'm like, I am not great. Not great. So let us continue on. But yes, I am all here for being dramatic when I am not feeling well. Did you get the vapors? Yes, I did. I was just, I am I am fine. My kids are like, how are you? I'm like, I am sick. I am just not healthy. What was great with the Aura Ring is the Aura Ring was so dramatically like, you are showing major signs of stress. Yes. Yeah, I'm not healthy. But I felt bad. At first it was a sore throat. I was like, it will be fine. And then I was like, oh, my brain is not fine. I am sick. I cannot come on here and tell y'all that you are too hard on yourselves and then drag myself up onto stream sick and be like, I can't read these documents. My brain is not working. I think we don't do a very good job, especially in the US, of recovering when we are sick. And I know that this has been something that everyone I know has struggled with. And I could soliloquy forever. We do not always get adequate time to recover. And then you go to work sick, and then you get other people sick, and then we just need time to recover. And if you are a parent with kids, oftentimes your days that you have to take are taken when your kids are sick. So then when you inevitably get sick after your kids have been sick, because that's how it goes. It's like kid gets sick, then you get sick. You're out of time. You're just like, now I have to go back to work. Can we just don't come to work sick? If you are sick, don't go to work. I wish employers would get on the board with that. They just need to. People need time to recover. It is not good for anybody going to work when you are sick. But then again, I was that coworker who was just like, excuse me, I think coworker down the hall has arrived with like, we could make these jokes pre-2020. Now it's pre-pandemic, you could joke, but I'm like, they have walked in with whatever that is. I do not have bandwidth to get sick. I have like 4 trials coming up. I'm working from home today. I'm leaving. I'm not catching whatever that is. It sounds horrible. Go home. Also, none of us are that important. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It feels sometimes like the world will collapse, but if your employer makes you feel like the world will collapse if you don't show up at work, you're in a better position to just take time off. It's going to be fine. It's fine. Don't go. It's fine. It's going to be fine. Everyone gets sick. We just need to take time off. It's fine. So, and there is also a difference. True. There is a difference between under the weather and sick. Yes, there are always those coworkers that are just like, oh, they're always out sick. Are they really sick or are they at Disneyland? But we just need to let people take time off and recover. Borker, I hope I said that right, said, I'm too European for this. What are sick days? So it depends on your employer, and you guys can share in the chat all you like about whether or not you can take days off, if those are paid days off, if those are not paid days off. And so a lot of people do not have the financial ability to take time off when they are sick if they do not have paid days off. And it is just not equitable, and it is not okay. People need to be able to take time off when they are unwell. Ugh, it frustrates me. So, Yep. How can you get sick days as a duchy? That gives me brain freeze. It depends on employment contracts. It really does. I think that I could soliloquy for this forever. There are so many things I wish I could just wave a wand and change, but people being able to take time off when they are ill, or if they need a day, needs to be okay. And it depends on where you work and how you work. Most of the time it will be fine, but this is true. A lot of you are just like, as an RN, hospitals are horrible about this. Yes. And there are some jobs where where it is so thinly staffed, which is also a problem, that you really can't be sick even when you are sick. Yeah, I get it. I could yell forever, but sometimes and yes, you have to prove it. When I tore my ACL, I had a trial the next day and I was in the ER. I was so stressed. I was so panicked. Emily, you worked yourself into like complete burnout. You did a whole TED talk about it. I did. Burnout's the worst. But I was so stressed. I was not stressed about the torn ACL. I was so stressed about work. I was like sobbing in the ER. And I was like, I have to go to work tomorrow. And the ER staff is like, I don't know how you're going to like walk or drive, but like you need to go to the orthopedist. You don't need to go to work. And I was like hyperventilating, upset about it. Dr. B's like, how many times has somebody walked into your office and be like, can you just go to trial on this? Like, it's going to be fine. I'm like, it's not going to be fine. And I'm new. And it was fine. It was fine. It was inconvenient. I was stressed about it, but it was fine. It was fine. And I had surgery and I recovered and it was fine. Give yourself time to recover. I know that is not always realistic. I wish that it were. I wish I could just make that real. All right. That's enough of me ranting about taking time off when I was sick because I also couldn't think. Let's talk about Donna. Donna wishes she could call out because she's not feeling well. Donna's like, but Your Honor, my ear canals. But my ear canals. Also, for those of you that are just like, but self-employed, what is a sick day? I get it. I absolutely get it. I felt really bad telling the team. I'm like, look, guys, I'm sick. I need to just recover. But I would want any of my teammates to tell me that too. And I know some of you don't. Team Baker. I find out later. It's like, no, so-and-so's sick. It's like, then don't stop working. Go rest. Let's continue on to talk about Donna. Also, there's a difference between, I'll check some emails for 50 minutes and then I'll be done and like going into work. That's 100% Empire Records. Nothing's fine. Nothing is ever fine. It's 100% Empire Records. It's going to be fine. It's all going to be fine. Look, it'll be what it'll be. It's going to be fine. 57 pages of Judge Everett telling the law nerds exactly what he thinks. Thank you, Judge Everett. All of you can just hear him in his keyboard, clicky clacketing. Actually, his margins are a bit wider than what I have set for. Your Honor, the margins are thick. It's throwing off the way I have this window cropped. Thank you, but also I'm going to have to change this or it's going to make me crazy. All of you are just like, we're absolutely going to have to change it or it's going to make me crazy because we just can't see the end of that word. So let me see if I can do this a bit better. Well, Emily, you should have been doing this while we were chatting about needing adequate, healthcare. Yeah, I was. It's very needed. Let's see if this will help. We're trying to shift my crop just a little bit so we can see all of the words because that's going to make me it's not going to help. We can do a little bit better than that. No, I don't know what I did. I did something wrong. Oops. There we go. That looks good to me. Does that look good to you, chat? Hopefully so. In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, order denying defendants' post-trial motions. This I should just do to myself.
Why is no one ready?
Right? This cause came before the court for consideration of defendant's motion for leave to interview jurors, motion for new trial. My in-ears and my hair are fighting. Motion for new trial and renewed motion for judgment of acquittal. All filed September 15th. The court having reviewed the defendant's motion, the court file, trial record, and being duly advised in the premises hereby finds. The state didn't respond, by the way, which is so strange to me, but the state there was no response. The court ordered their order before there was a response. I don't know if that's a Florida thing. I'm sure Peter talked about it, but the court just ruled. The court was like, I got it. We don't need it. Nah. So those are the motions. Motion for new trial, renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, and the motion for leave to interview jurors. 3 things. Motion for leave to interview jurors. This is what I am the most interested in. Like 100% the most interested in. Defendant seeks to interview 2 members of the jury in her case, jurors 5 and 7. In moving to interview jurors, the motion, quote, must set forth allegations that are not merely speculative, conclusory, or concern matters that inhere in the verdict itself. I was looking for the standard. The defense never said it. And I kept saying, maybe the government will lay out the standard. Well, there it is. Consequently, quote, juror interviews are not permissible unless the moving party has made sworn allegations. What, court? Sworn allegations. Not conspiracy speculation, as Peter Mom would say. Sworn allegations that, if true, would require the court to order a new trial because the alleged error was so fundamental and prejudicial as to vitiate the entire proceedings. We can't have 2 words of the day. We're going to have 2 words of the day. Did I pronounce that correctly? Vitiate? No. Yes. We're going to pull up another one. We might end up with 2 words of the day. Because off the top of my head, I can't give you a definition. And I saw that some of the most challenging SAT words, hold on, I'm going to pull this up real quick. I sent this to Travis and I was like, this can't be true because these are words that I think are fairly commonly used, but maybe that's like lawyer brain. Where is it? I'm looking real quick. Emily, are we sidelining about words again? Yes. Yes, we are. I'm going to go find the post that I sent to Travis to be like, you've got to be kidding me that these are some of the most difficult SAT words. And I'm lost for where I put it. No. Yes, here. Hardest SAT words for October. Quintessential. Again, this is coming from social media, so I don't know how absolutely true it is. But they also had memory tricks for remembering what these words meant. Quintessential, recalcitrant, extemporaneous. Maybe some of these are lawyer and I use them more in my everyday life. Untenable, exorbitant. I mean, every kid who has asked their parents to buy them Starbucks or Sephora should know what exorbitant means. Multifarious, which I very much like and don't use enough. Nefarious, yes. Multifarious, no. Unequivocal. Unequivocal might have been the one that sent me sideways because I'm like, we know what unequivocal means. So, to spoil or impair the quality or efficiency of is where we're at.
Vitiate.
Vitiate. See, vocabulary 10 out of 10. Phonemic awareness 0 out of 10. There we go. Spoil or impair the quality or efficiency of. I've pronounced this improperly all of the time. All of the time. So, as to vitiate the entire proceedings, defendant's allegations do not establish a prima facie case of jury misconduct, but instead encourage the court to engage in a procedure disapproved of by the Florida Supreme Court. This is why the defense, speculation on my part, didn't put in the standard, because the standard would make their motion seem ridiculous on the face. Sina, this is a great point. Sina, aka Potato Supreme, said non-native English speaker know most of the words. Right. And Lovely did say multifarious. Nita said, I can't believe reading that much as a kid would help me understand those words, but alas, I knew most of them. Reading has definitely shifted. But it's so much more accessible. Also, Nintendo games require all of the reading. More Nintendo. So the defense never put in the standard for leave to interview jurors. And now that we see the standard, doesn't it just make their entire motion look insufficient on its face? Because, yeah. In moving forward to interview jurors, they must set forth allegations that are not merely speculative, conclusory, or concern matters that adhere to the verdict itself. And the juror interviews are not permissible unless the moving party has made sworn allegations, meaning affidavits, that, if true, would require the court to order a new trial because the alleged error was so fundamental or prejudicial. And now the court is going to go and let us know exactly what the defense argued. The argued reason for interviewing juror number 5 is that he revealed he considered how defendant reacted to the evidence and testimony during trial. However, defendant also notes that juror number 5 expressly stated he did not consider her reactions during deliberations. The court said what we all said when we read this. Defendant's motion concedes that juror number 5 said he did not consider defendant's reactions when deliberating. This challenge primarily concerns that juror number 5 observed defendant's reactions during trial. I love how the court just rephrased it. So he noticed your client's face. Okay. By operation of fundamental procedural and statutory rights, the jurors are present in the same courtroom as the defendant. It is not impermissible for jurors to visually observe the defendant over the course of a trial. The Florida Supreme Court actually ruled on this in 2010 in Phillips versus State and found, quote, the fact that 3 jurors briefly viewed a defendant in his jail uniform was insufficient to warrant a new trial. The facts alleged here fall short of the argued prejudice found as insufficient in Phillips. So the court is saying, in Phillips, the court found that the argument was insufficient, and this is even less than that. Accordingly, the defendant may not have leave to interview juror number 5. No interview for you. The argued reason for interviewing juror number 7 is that, quote, she posted on TikTok that she was selected as a juror on August 26, 2025. Defendant provided a video recording of this post. And the court was also able to locate the post on the juror's TikTok account. Oh, Your Honor. The court did our work for us. Remember, we pulled it up on TikTok and we were like, is this the post? Because the defense said, it's been deleted, so we provided it. No, that's not accurate, Emily. The defense said, we, on information and belief, were told that it was deleted. Judge Everett looked at what the defense said and then went on TikTok and found the same post still on the account, not deleted. Thanks, Judge Everett. And then he goes out and lines out exactly what was said in the TikTok. It's the one we thought that it was. You know, defense attorney Fulford wrote this for the defense, right? It had to have been. Defendant provided a video recording of the post, and the court was able to locate the post on the juror's TikTok account, where it remains an active post as of the filing of this order. Not deleted. It displays the following text over a video of juror number 7. Quote, when I told God I needed a break and he makes it so I'm selected to serve on a jury for a 2-week trial, won't he do it? Along with a caption that reads, quote, no work, no kids for most of the day. YK, what? Heaven. Yeah. Right. She was like, so I don't have to go to work, but I'm also not home taking care of young kids. And I get to sit in a courtroom and have snackies and adult conversation and eat lunch with both hands if I want to. Read a book and watch what happens. Okay, let's go. A lot of you in the chat, you have 2 weeks off of work, you get paid by your work. You go hang out with Judge Everett. You have like an hour plus for lunch. And you get to sit there and watch what plays out in court every day. Okay. Sounds great. Nizdark Anna said both hands. So accurate. Yeah. Also without people interrupting you, because depending on what you're doing at work, that's not an uninterrupted lunch break, right? Stephanie V says, and go to the bathroom by myself, right? Though now that my kids are older, I hadn't thought about going to the bathroom by myself, but since Travis left for DCI, his cat George, now is only interested in hanging out with me when I am in the bathroom. And George just like bangs on the bath. I'm like, cat, what? The kids are no longer little. The cat, though, is like, I'm here. So there's a link to the TikTok. We watched this TikTok. I am not going to play it again because it's the one that got us copyright complained about. And I operate TikTok poorly. So we're not going to fight with it. We'll link it. It's timestamped in the other video where I covered this. The juror was instructed not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Quote, the court said in italics about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. Attachment Exhibit A. The court concludes juror number 7's TikTok post does not constitute communication about the case. That's what we said too. Rather, it was a comment about her jury service and its length. It does not reveal the parties, the attorneys, the alleged crimes, whether it was a civil or criminal case, or even the location of the trial. In other words, it was not about the case. As such, it is not juror misconduct. The TikTok post was not, quote, so fundamental and prejudicial as to, hold on, wait, nope, wrong swipe.
Vitiate.
That, as to vitiate the entire proceedings. No, it was the comment of a working parent who said, I'm on jury duty for 2 weeks. I needed a bit of a timeout. This is a timeout. Oh, Lee, no, it wasn't a copyright strike from a TikToker. It was the music in the video that flagged in the system. That was all. It's music. It's always music. It was just the music mafia-ing. So that's all. All of you guys can go watch it. It's still there. But I love that the court addressed the insinuations made by the defense. The defense said that they thought that the TikTok was deleted. The court said it's not deleted. They said this is about the case. The court said it's not about the case. It's not about the pasta. Aaron, you said it before I said it. And the court responded to all of those allegations. It's not about the pasta. Furthermore, the court goes on, every prospective juror was informed, quote, if you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for the jury and how long the case may take. That's needed information for everyone. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved in the case. Attached B. These are transcripts. Defendant did not object to the jurors being able to disclose that limited information. You need to be able to tell your partner, the people in your life, your job, hey, I'm on jury duty. Hey, it's going to be 2 weeks. I mean, it could go over, but it's going to be at least 2 weeks. You need to be able to tell people that information. And courts, look, if you're ever on jury duty and you have a problem with your employer, courts will write you a letter. They will write you a letter to your employer. Defendant did not object to jurors being able to disclose that limited information, and juror number 7's TikTok post comports with this exception to the communication prohibition. Defendants cannot now use juror 7's compliance with this directive as grounds to interview her. Accordingly, defendant may not have leave to interview juror number 7. The motion for leave to interview jurors is denied as to both 5 and 7. Get out of here. Get out. All of you are like, can we tell your bestie? You can tell your bestie that you're on jury duty and for how long, and that you can't talk about the case till it's over. Yes, you can. Motion for new trial and renewed motion for judgment of acquittal. A. We're on section A. Contrary to the law or the weight of the evidence and judgment of acquittal, the court does not find the jury's verdict is contrary to the law or the weight of the evidence. So the court is listing out the prongs of consideration. When considering a Rule 3.600A2 new trial motion based on the weight of the evidence, the trial court must exercise its discretion to determine whether a greater amount of credible evidence supports an acquittal. The court must weigh the evidence and determine credibility just as a juror would. So we've talked about most recently the motion to dismiss in the Karen Read civil case. And in the Karen Read civil case, as we were talking about the motion to dismiss, we were talking about the fact that in that motion, the court needs to look at everything filed in the complaint, take all of it as true for the purpose of that motion, and then say, if everything alleged here is true, is this the statement of a claim for which relief can be granted? That's the inquiry. Here, when we're looking for a motion for new trial and motion for judgment of acquittal, the standard the court must consider is different. The court is now weighing the evidence, what the prosecution presents. And then when it comes to new trial, it's not just what the prosecution presented, it's what the defense also presented. Did the defense's evidence negate what the prosecution showed? The judgment of acquittal is considered when the prosecution is done with their case. Hey, every inference made in favor to the state. Did the state prove their case? Like if you had a burglary case, which is a breaking and entering, and you got to the end of the state's case and no one had proved through any testimony that the defendant broke into something. Well, then you've got a big problem because you can't have a breaking and entering if you didn't prove the defendant broke into something and entered it. You might prove that they took property, you might prove other things, but you've got to prove that they entered. And if they miss that element, the jury can't go forward on the case because that essential element is missing. So when you're looking at that judgment of acquittal at the end of the state's case, you are looking, did the state prove the elements of the offense? If you take inferences in the light most favorable to the state. Then at the motion for new trial, you're taking the state and the defense together. The court is walking through both of those things. The court goes on to say, the court concludes the greater amount of credible evidence supports the convictions. Excuse me, Your Honor. Can you just tell us what you think of the witnesses? You get to weigh the witnesses like the jury. Can you tell us what credible evidence from the defense might have undermined the conviction? I'm real curious what you thought about the friends. Thanks. Maybe we'll get there. The court goes on to say, the court relies upon its previous rulings, all direct and circumstantial evidence admitted, and evidence demonstrated, the evidence demonstrated defendant's consciousness of guilt and its own credibility determination of the witnesses. I read that horribly. God, if all of you were like, what the fuck is that sentence? Me, I don't know. Let's do it again. The court relies upon its previous rulings, all direct and circumstantial evidence admitted, the evidence demonstrating defendant's consciousness of guilt, and its own credibility determination of the witnesses. That was much better. Stated succinctly, there is evidence in the record demonstrating overt actions by the defendant in furtherance of the murder for hire scheme. See Williams versus State. The court quotes that case as saying, at a minimum, there must be proof of some overt act or some words uttered in furtherance of a scheme that led to the murder. That's the court had. That was also expressed in the jury instructions. So that's going to the count 1, the murder. The court goes on to say the members of a conspiracy may have more than one objective, and cites case law for that proposition. The trial evidence demonstrates defendant's objective for the crimes being committed as separate and distinct from her son, the middle woman, and the triggermen. However, their combined acts resulted in the crimes committed and death of the victim. So what Judge Everett is saying is, hey, Donna's motive and Charlie's motive may have been different. And then when you get to the go-between and the gunman or the triggerman, they might have been just simply motivated by money or a combination of other motives. They don't have to adopt the motive of Charlie and Donna, and Charlie and Donna's motive don't have to be the same. It can be that Charlie's motive is to take care of a problem for his mom, and it could be her motive is to, well, what is Donna's motive? To get Dan Markel out of the way so that she can win? Or is it just, we're not going to let him win this? We're not going to let him beat us? Or is it that these are my grandkids, they're going to come live with me and we're not going to fight over this anymore? It can be any of it. But the motives don't all have to be the same. The objectives don't all have to be the same. The court goes on to say, because the objective of certain co-conspirators here was obtaining money through criminal acts, the death of the victim did not terminate the conspiracy until the co-conspirators received their payments. And then the court quotes United States versus Hickey from 1979. The trial evidence established defendant's connection to the payments. Thus, based on the unique facts of this murder for hire, defendant's case is distinguishable from Williams, which is the case that we're going to do a deeper dive into that the defense cited. The court also denies the renewed judgment for motion of acquittal, relying on its denial of defendant's initial motion for judgment of acquittal, all direct and circumstantial evidence admitted, and evidence demonstrating defendant's consciousness of guilt. Prong B, decision of any matter of law which arose during the trial. The court does not find error in refusing to admit the complete 2014 and 2023 planners. We talked about this in the motions. We saw this argued in court. That the court saying, I'm not overruling myself, doesn't mean that this won't be part of what the defense goes on to argue at appeal. We are still at the trial court level. There will be an appeal in this case. Now, whether it's these defense attorneys or other defense attorneys to do that appeal, we will see. In Charlie Adelson's case, his trial attorneys did not do the appeal. And that's actually more common, that the defense attorneys from the trial level do not do the appeal. Now, we'll see if Donna can find an appellate attorney faster than Sarah Boone. I don't know if I'd want to put money on that. Who gets an appellate attorney quicker? Sarah Boone or Donna Adelson? But she can have, even if she pays for private counsel, she can have, if it's determined that she qualifies, she can have a public defender appointed for appeals who handles appellate cases. So the court is now going through past rulings and that the defense is asking for the court to change their mind on. How well does that ever go? Because the defense hasn't brought in any new information. The defense is just like, do you want to change your mind now? No? Okay. Sorry, my bad. So The court goes on to say, defendant asked to introduce the complete calendars during its case in chief. As an initial matter, the request was untimely. Oh boy. Counsel? Nah, it was untimely to start with. So even if you have an issue with my ruling, too bad, so sad. Too late. There was a day. It's the word untimely. We're gonna just, Emily, are we gonna take a quick quick break? Yes, not for our sponsor. We already did that with Incogni. Storytime by Incogni. There was a period of time at one of the courthouses I was at where things had gotten contentious. This happens on occasion. Things had gotten contentious between one particular defense attorney and like the entirety of the district attorney's office. And there was a lot of fuck around and find out happening. And without getting into all of the drama, because there was so much drama, without getting into all of the drama, there was a day where this defense attorney walked in to a courtroom and like reached over. You see where attorneys sit on their tables facing the court. So came in from the back of the courtroom and placed a motion over like the DA's shoulder onto the onto counsel table, which I hated so much when people came up behind me and I didn't know they were there in a busy courtroom setting, but like just came into their personal space and put a motion on the table. And the district attorney that was sitting at the table looked down at the motion, looked over at the defense attorney, picked up the motion and went untimely and threw it back behind them. Just stapled papers fluttering into the courtroom and did not just say untimely, but hollered untimely and hurled the motion off of the desk back into the courtroom. And every time I got motions that were late from defense attorneys, not that particular defense attorney, but from defense attorneys, I was so tempted to just scream untimely and throw it. There are times where court gets so dramatic, but when you are working in courthouses, there are times when you might pick a fight with an attorney and everybody clears the bench like a hockey game. And so you start with one attorney and the entire office is just like, yeah. And there might be times where an attorney starts with somebody in the DA's office and everybody's like, yeah, that DA was being a dick. I mean, I'm sorry that they're doing that. Do what you're doing. But there are times you just get the entire bench cleared and then everything becomes a bit more difficult when you've breached the trust of the entirety of the office. But the untimely is something I don't think I will ever forget, because the sound of the paper fluttering in a dead silent courtroom after the yelling is just 10 out of 10. The judge was not on the bench. There was no jury. There are times, there are a handful of defense attorneys who really just could not help themselves. I believe you mean things had become conflictual. Yes, they had. Things had become very conflictual with that particular defense. I need to ask if that attorney is still around in that office. I'm so curious. There are so many stories, but I can't digress there. We would just digress into like other people's workplace shenanigans. Untimely. So, not the appropriate way to yeet a motion, but the motion was in fact yeeted. The defendant in this case, back to the motion for those of you listening, asked to introduce the complete calendars during its case in chief. As an initial matter, the request was untimely. Section 90.1081 of the Florida statutes says, quote, although the plain language of the statute requires the adverse party to introduce the other part of the statement at the time that the first party introduces the statement, Florida courts have generally allowed the adverse party to delay introducing the other part of the statement until cross-examination. So, sorry, my eye just started to itch. All right. So, to break that statute down a little bit more in plain language, the courts have held that if the defense brings it up during cross-examination, it is timely. It doesn't have to come up during direct examination. Excuse me. It goes on to say, defendant's request was too late because it came after cross-examination of the relevant witness. Even if, this is the court saying arguendo, even if the request was timely, it was improper because the purpose of the rule of completeness, quote, is to avoid the potential for creating misleading impressions by taking statements out of context. By its very nature, a calendar day planner is divided into a series of pages corresponding with days in a year. Thus, the court concludes the entries the state admitted into evidence were not out of context. They were not one part of a whole. They were specific dates in the calendars referencing specific events, and those relevant entries were admitted in their entirety. Interpreting the rule of completeness to allow for every other entry in the calendars, quote, would require the contemporaneous admission of any written or recorded statement that might cast light on an admitted statement. Using the language of section 90.1081, quote, fairness does not require turning the trial into a voyage on a sea of hearsay. Who wrote that, Your Honor? Your Honor! I love it when the appellate courts have a little fun with their writing. How annoyed was this appellate judge in Carter versus State from 2017 that they wrote that fairness does not require turning a trial into a voyage on a sea of hearsay? Can you imagine? Jack Sparrow's up there going, bring me that horizon on the voyage on the sea of hearsay. Oh, it's so great. I love it. I love it so much. For any lawnards out there that want it, that's Carter versus State, 226, SO 3rd, 268 at 272, Florida 4th, DCA 2017. Accordingly, the defendant's invocation of the rule of completeness was properly denied. I love it. Oh, we're so stealing that. Kate, we're so stealing that. The voyage on a sea of hearsay. Moreover, we need a whole cruise line. Emily, we just need a cruise line, not a fantastic voyage. Slide. Come along and ride. No. Voyage, sea of hearsay. Moreover, Emily, you just now want to take a cruise? It's been too long. I love a cruise. Moreover, the court permitted defendant to use the entire set of calendar entries as a demonstrative exhibit during her closing argument. The defendant argued that the state did not want the jury to see them. In addition, the 2023 calendar entries defendant sought to admit would not rebut arguments that she was fleeing to avoid prosecution when compared to the vast amount of contrary evidence that existed beyond the planner, such as, the court is just like, I have the receipts. Let me remind you, this is how you, we're into the song lyrics part of the stream. The court is going to line out all of the evidence that existed to show that Donna was fleeing. Inter alia, defendant's text messages, WhatsApp messages, Google searches for non-extradition countries, recorded conversations, emergency fast-track visa, and one-way ticket to Vietnam. Excuse me, defense. Did you forget all the other evidence? Let me remind you. For other cause, this is the next prong. You know what? A lot of what we have seen in Florida statutes and Florida laws is they really do keep it pretty simple. A, B, C, for other cause. The court does not find the arguments presented in this claim warrant a new trial. Specifically addressing defendant's decision not to testify, the court relies on the trial record. Remember, Donna was just like, hey, I didn't have enough time to decide. This is going to come up in appeal. We know it's going to come up on appeal. This is the court's response to it. Or this is the court's response to it. Specifically addressing defendant's decision not to testify, the court relies on the trial record. Oh, there's attachments. This is the transcripts. Those better be sidebars. Oh, I'm so excited. Miguelina, do you want to let the app know that I think we're going to be getting into discussion about Donna choosing not to testify with transcripts? Because I think we're almost done with this part of the motion, and we have been streaming for like 3 hours. We might want to remind some of those who are just like, I don't care about the David case, and I don't want to know about the grand juror or living in Los Angeles, but I want to know about the sidebars. Thank you. After defendant had closed her case, but prior to the commencement of closing arguments, the parties were asked to approach at sidebar. God damn it, Emily, just keep fucking reading. Ah! I'm very excited. The court explained it had performed additional research and wanted to confirm that defendant did not want to testify. Really? So before closing arguments, this conversation was happening. See attachment C. The court explained it had performed additional research and wanted to confirm that defendant did not want to testify. The court added, quote, "The reason why I am bringing this issue to the party's attention is only because I believe the appellate case of this state, or the appellate cases of this state, makes clear, prior to instructions in closing, the exercise of the fundamental right leans towards allowing the defendant to reopen her case if she wanted to testify. Attachment C at 6, footnote 1. Footnote 1. The court also clarified its reference to contempt was related to the defense counsel not timely returning from their conferral with defendant the previous day after being instructed they had, quote, exactly 5 minutes to discuss defendant's decision not to testify. Attachment C at 5, attachment D at 25. Oh, now we're getting all the tea on the contempt statement, which has to do with, well,
Why is no one ready?
defendant and counsel did not seek any additional clarification on this matter. For additional context, the court attaches a compilation of the discussions concerning defendant's decision not to testify that precipitated the court's warning, including when the court mentioned that, quote, whether the direct examination will start this afternoon is a separate matter from whether she is planning to testify. Attachment D at 22. Oh. A compilation of excerpts from sidebar conversations? Yes, please. Also, Donna didn't want to testify. Donna didn't want to testify. Donna didn't want to testify. Donna was wise not to testify. I think Donna's One of Donna's best attempts in this case was to not testify. Oh, Your Honor. I love that he's like, what we're not going to do is play with me. I'm going to tell you everything. And the court is going to line out his record on what he said to her. All right, that was footnote 6. Upon the court's inquiry, counsel responded, quote, "We talked to her for a somewhat lengthy period of time last night over the phone while we were preparing. She informed Miss Fulford and my paralegal that she felt secure in her decision." Oh. If I am the judge and you send me an entire motion saying, but Your Honor, but Your Honor, but Your Honor, and then I know that it's sidebar, you told me the exact opposite, I'm also gonna lose my mind. This judge was so patient. And he's like, oh, would you like me to explain it to you? Let me explain it to you then. I accept your invitation. You want me to tell you about you? I will tell you about you. Donna informed Miss Fulford and the paralegal that was sitting next to her, like holding her shoulder the whole time, that she felt secure in her decision. Defendant was then placed under oath and asked if she was absolutely firm about this decision not to testify. Defendant twice responded, "Yes, I am," but asked for a few minutes to talk to counsel. The court then granted an additional 30 minutes to further discuss her decision. Was this why they were so late? After that time had elapsed, the defendant once again stated, "I have made a decision. I am not going to testify," because we didn't see this. This was before closing arguments started. When asked if she was firm on this decision, defendant answered, "I am." Attachment C at 11. The court concluded, quote, "I will make no further inquiry unless the state or the defense seeks for the court to do so at this point." Attachment C at 11. Neither party did. Accordingly, defendant was provided sufficient time to, and did. Well, that changes things, doesn't it? Defendant was provided sufficient time to, and did, make a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent decision not to testify. In denying defendant's other allegations, the court relies on the complete trial record in the proceedings. It is therefore ordered and adjudged the defendant's motion for leave to interview jurors, motion for new trial, and renewed motion for judgment of acquittal are denied.
Why is no one
Oops.
ready?
Wrong one. Oh. Well, let's read the compilation of sidebars, shall we? Because I am so curious. Also, it changes, doesn't it? Sorry, my in-ears are bugging me today. Everything's bugging me today. And my earrings are mad from taking them out for MRIs and all the things. We didn't see all of that happen because if I am remembering correctly, and I may not be, when the court's running that late to start closing arguments, Emily's like, I've got time. I'm gonna finish eating my breakfast before we start streaming, especially when it's an East Coast trial, because I move slowly until at least noon. So we didn't see all of this go down on the record. We saw what happened the day before, but we did not see that before closing arguments started, the court was inquiring with the defendant again at sidebar and then put Donna Adelson under oath again and confirmed again that she wasn't going to testify after she had the night to think about it. So she did have more time to talk to her attorneys and think about it. The court's like, receipts, everybody. All right, attachment A, jury trial excerpt from August 22nd, 2025. Excerpt of proceedings. This is from jury deliberations. Exhibit C is the one where we're getting into all of these sidebars. The court, I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone. We did, Maggie P said, we saw them in the corner having a chitty chat. We did, and we saw Donna go over there, didn't we? That's right. Judge E serving the tea. I mean, Judge E serving the tea hot with a warning and snacks. The court says, I will now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify my courtroom personnel. This is jury selection. This is from August 19th. This is excerpt attachment B. Proceedings excerpt from jury selections. The court, all right, now that we've settled the issue of who is eligible to serve and actually remain, we are going to proceed with the process this morning. The first thing we want you to do is to discuss what you may know about the case. If you've heard anything about it at all, the case has received some publicity. And there is also a related case that took place almost 2 years ago. The process is going to be handled individually because you will not need to know what other jurors may already know concerning this matter. I love that the judge does that, by the way. The judge says, hey, this is the reason. The transparency is just so lovely. Like we don't need you to hear what other jurors may or may not know. It shouldn't impact you. A lot of courts do not go the additional step of explaining the why. And so many of us do better when we know the why and not just the what or the how. Sometimes we need the what or the how first and then the why. Emily, this all sounds very complicated. Well, yes. If you tell me the why first and don't tell me the what, I've stopped paying attention by the time we get to the what or the how. But if you tell me the what and the how first and then explain the why, I'm better. If I never get the why, then I tend to try to fill in the blanks. So I appreciate this court very much. The court says, however, before we start the questioning, I'm going to give you some very important instructions. Many of you have cell phones, computers, other electronic devices. Even though you have not yet been selected as jurors in this case, there are some rules that you must follow about using your cell phones, electronic devices, computers moving forward. And I'm summarizing some of this. This is not verbatim. You must not use your phones or devices to search the internet to find anything that is related to this case. Between now and when you have actually been discharged from jury selection or jury duty, you must not provide or receive any information about your jury service to anyone, including friends, coworkers, family members. You may tell those who need to know where you are that you have been called for jury duty. If you are picked for the jury, you may tell people that you have been selected for jury and selected for the jury and how long the case may take. However, you must not give anyone any information about the case itself or the people that are involved. You must also warn people not to try to say anything to you or write to you about your jury service or the case itself. This includes face-to-face interactions, phone or computer communications. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress to you that you must not use electronic devices or computers to talk about this case. That would include tweeting, texting, blogging, emailing, posting information on a website or chat room. You can tell when the jury, some of these things are standard jury forms, they need to be updated. A website or chat room, DMs, or through any other means at all. Do not send or accept any messages, including email or text messages about your jury service. You must not disclose your thoughts about your jury service or ask for any advice on how to decide the case. Further, you may not read or listen to any news accounts about the case until you have been excused in this matter. Please avoid the newspaper and television broadcasts, particularly local news stations. Avoid any social media or any internet news sites concerning this matter as well. This is not the time to mow the lawn, but however, if you start to hear noise in the background, I apologize. It appears that the lawn is going to get mowed. I will try to mute it as it gets closer There's only so much we can do. You're going to hear the low grade rumbling. It's me, not you. It's my house, not yours. Apologies. Because if I can hear it, you can hear it. Oh, right by the window. Okay. Let's continue on. Apologies, chat. Let's see. That is so loud. Those are the appearances. This is the one I wanted to get to the most. Proceedings. There we go. The court. Parties can briefly approach. Sidebar conference as follows. There we go. The court. In researching some matters last night in anticipation of moving into closing today, I did want to confirm with the defendant that the defendant is not asking to testify. Mr. Zellman, we talked to her for a somewhat lengthy period. What does somewhat lengthy even mean? We talked to her for a somewhat lengthy period of time last night over the phone while we were preparing. She informed Ms. Fulford and my paralegal that they had taken her off speakerphone. She informed Ms. Fulford and my paralegal, they had taken her off speakerphone at that point, that she felt secure in her decision. If Your Honor would like to have Ms. Adelson come to the bench, I can have her, the court, just have the bailiff bring her over here to sidebar. Zellman, yes, sir. Thank you, law nerds, for jogging my memory. We did see Donna go up to sidebar while we were waiting. Lyndon! Lyndon in the chat said, never trust a man to define somewhat lengthy. That's hilarious. It goes on to say the defendant is present. The court says, Ms. Adelson, before we move into instruction on the law and the closing arguments this morning, I once again want to confirm with you that you are firm in your well, now this all has very different meanings. That you are firm in your decision that you are choosing not to testify. The defendant, yes, Your Honor, I am. The court, you are absolutely firm about this decision. And I'm 13. The defendant, yes, I am. There's no equivalency. Equivalence, no. You know, I've merged 7 words in my brain. There is no hesitation in these words. And this is the thing where transcripts are a little difficult because you don't know the way it's said, but it looks like what the defendant is saying is very, thank you, equivocation. That the defendant is very sound in their decision. Hi, Fred. It's that time of stream that everything, we've got lawnmowers, we've got cats. What's up? So the defendant said twice, yes, I am firm in that decision. The court, is there anything further that you need to speak to your 2 attorneys about on this matter? The defendant, I would like a few minutes to talk to them. Yes, if I could. The court, as to this particular decision or some other matter. The defendant, as to this particular decision. The court, on this, I will provide a few minutes or a few moments. After this, we do need to resume timely. Yesterday, when the court made reference to contempt, and this is the court telling the attorneys. Yesterday, when the court made reference to contempt, this concern has continued to occur. And also not returning from the conferrals. We need to resume court. So this is the court saying, why is nobody ever ready? Like, I give you 5 minutes, you take 20. Every time the court did this, all I could hear, like the memory in my head, which memory works for me very auditorially. Sorry. Game off. All right. I just hear my kids both saying, I need to finish the round. I need to finish the round. Just 5 minutes. I need to finish the round. Every time the court is like, you have 5 minutes, the defense is like, can we just finish the round? Can we, I know 5 minutes, but time is a construct. So wibbly wobbly, 20 minutes every single time. So the court says, On this, I will provide a few moments. After this, we do need to resume timely. Yesterday, when the court made reference to contempt, this concern has continued to occur and also not returning from the conferrals. We need to resume court. If you need to speak to your attorneys now concerning whether you wish to testify, I will allow you to do so. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to accomplish this. When 10 minutes is up, we do need to move on. Ms. Kappelman, Judge, is it your intent to go right into instructions and closing at the conclusion of the 10 minutes? The court, that would be my intent. Ms. Kappelman, I would request 30 minutes because I need some more time to get my closing act together. Your Honor, technology. To get my closing act together, so maybe we can give a little more time for the defense to do what they need to do as well. Well, that's not how the defense represented that at all. That's not what the defense said. In the defense's motion, the defense said, and when the prosecution needed more time, the court gave it to them and would never give us more time. But in the transcript, the court was giving the defense more time. The prosecution said, actually, we need a minute too. Instead of giving them 10 minutes, give them 30 minutes. While they talk, we'll get ready. We'll all work at the same time. This was not just the prosecution asking for more time. This was the prosecution saying, actually, just give the defense 30 minutes. I need the time to get ready. Let's take 30. And in their motion, the defense had the fucking audacity to say, and when the court needed to give the prosecution more time, they all just joked about it together. And we did not get the same level of respect. And in this moment, the court was giving them more time.
Bruh.
Okay. Fine. So the prosecution said, look, let's just give everybody a little bit more time, right? Let's give everybody a little bit more time. Emily, what are we doing with Lippy? I don't know. Whatever. The color is lovely. I'd put a gloss on top of it that was just pissing me off. Ancient Tapers said this is why it's important to have the receipt. Yes. This is just Aquaphor. We needed some hydration without stickiness. So the court said, no. Where are we? The prosecution said, I need some more time to get my closing act together, so maybe we can give a little more time for the defense to do what they need to do as well. Both parties need to share their closing PowerPoints and demonstratives with each other too. The court said, we'll take 30 minutes then. And then the court continues, the reason I'm bringing this issue to the party's attention is only because I believe the appellate cases of this state make clear, prior to instructions and closing, a request to reopen the case or for the defendant to testify, the exercise of the fundamental right leans towards allowing this to occur. So the court's like, look, I did some more research. If Donna overnight had changed her mind, I will allow it. I'll allow it. The fundamental right leans towards allowing this to occur. I am giving her this last opportunity to confer with counsel and make this decision. The court gave them so many one more chances. Miss Fulford, may I say something, Your Honor? After the state is done with their closing, we're going to need a break for time to set up our stuff. The court, that's fine. What the fuck did she need to set up? Her whole closing was just yelling and banging around on the podium. What did she need to set up? And even when she set stuff up, she still didn't move the podium until she got to the beginning. Someone remind me what they set up. The court said, that's fine. Will any recordings be used as part of the closings today? Miss Fulford, yes. Ooh, sorry, Fred. You're under my feet. Miss Dugan, may I ask one more thing? Is it the court's intent to read the stipulation prior to the jury instructions? The court, yes, because that will be part of the evidence in the case. So before the evidence is closed. Sidebar conference concluded. The court, before... Fred! You cannot nibble at my toes because I am not petting you. Orange cats. The court. So they finished the sidebar. This, let's see, we have gone from smoothly from page 6 to page 7. The court, before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to set up any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to set up is ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch or use their legs or the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, I remember the court saying this to the audience. We were streaming when this was happening. Once again, you are not to make any gestures. You are not to make any facial movements. You are not to in any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for closing court and recess. The court, we need to wait for the state to arrive, but there is one matter involving the introduction to homicide and the instructions that needs to be addressed. Mr. Zellman, yes, sir. Court's in recess. The court, Mr. Evans and Mr. Zellman, if you can approach. Sidebar conference as follows. I'm ready for the sidebars. The court. I just noticed this when I was running the copies, but if the lessers are going away as to the introduction to homicide, that's the jury instruction, I cannot see a basis for which they need to be referred to. As to any references of justifiable or excusable homicide, is there a basis to even discuss this if the jury is not going to be instructed on them as well? Mr. Zellman, I think we conceded that yesterday, Your Honor. Mr. Evans, we agree to the removal, so that's just about jury instructions. The court said, all right, let me edit it. I'm going to zoom through them editing the jury instructions. Let's see. This is all them editing the jury instructions together at sidebar. Mr. Zellman said, I think that's appropriate as they're moving the sentences around, given the concession was already made. Mr. Evans said, and because I'm assuming nobody is going to argue the murder itself was excusable or correct, the court said, I'd say it would be absurd, Mr. Evans, but I understand the question that you are asking for record purposes. Mr. Zellman says there is no factual or legal basis on which the argument would ever be appropriate given the facts of this case. So they're talking about what the defense might argue. The court said, very well, I will change this page. I'll reprint page 1 and everyone will receive copies of the instructions. And then we get to the point here. Were you able to speak with your client concerning, is her decision firm? Mr. Zellman, that's what she said to us. Yes, Your Honor. The court, all right. Let's have her placed on the record. We're 25 of 57 pages. Hi, Fred. All right, let's have her placed on the record, and then we'll bring in the jurors after I finish printing these pages. Mr. Zellman, do you want me to have her? The court, yes. Ms. Kappelman, Ms. Dugan, Ms. Fulford, if you can join us at sidebar. The defendant is present. The court, now the defendant is present and all the attorneys are present. The court, just so all the parties are clear on what was discussed, and this is leading up to closing arguments. Concerning the jury instruction, with there being no lesser included offenses that will be considered by the jury, the second and third paragraphs of the introduction will be removed. The second sentence of the third paragraph will be removed. Concerning the other matter that previously came up during sidebar, Ms. Adelson, you remain under oath. As to whether you wish to exercise your right to testify in this trial, have you made a decision concerning this? The defendant, I have made a decision. The court, what is that decision? The defendant, I am not going to testify. The court, are you firm on this decision? You are firm on your decision. The defendant, I am. The court, very well. I will make no further inquiry unless the state or defense seeks for the court to do so at this point. Ms. Kappelman, no, Your Honor. Mr. Zellman, no, Your Honor. The court, the colloquy on this subject matter is united through multiple discussions that occurred the previous day of trial and on this day as well. So now the court is making a full record too. I will print an updated version of page 1 of the instructions. Everyone will receive a copy from there, and the copies will be provided to the jurors. Any other requests or questions? Mr. Evans, who was the prosecutor dealing with the jury instructions, we would request if Ms. Underwood would email us a copy, and that way there are a couple of other people I need to disseminate it to. So if you will do that, that will make it fair. The court, all right. So can you email it and print it? Mr. Zellman, and Your Honor, my understanding is the state has a lengthy PowerPoint. We'd like an opportunity to review that before they do their closing. The court, all right. While I'm going through and making these changes and getting the copies run, how long do you believe this will take? Mr. Zellman, how long is it? Ms. Kappelman, just say reasonably lengthy. Reasonably lengthy. Ms. Kappelman, everything is in evidence except for a few demonstrative slides, which I can point out to you, maybe 6 or 7 slides that are not something that's already in evidence. Right. The cat has floofed on the desk and now there is just wandering cat floof. How long is it? Mr. Zellman goes on to say, and I need to show you what I have on the drive. The court says, as to those demonstrative slides, if you can point those out, that will probably make this go quicker. Because remember, a lot of what the prosecution used was just the PowerPoint that their lead investigator used. Mr. Zellman, thank you. Sidebar conference concluded. That's the certificate. And now we are on to the next attachment, attachment D. All right, let's give him the D. This is from September 2nd, 2025. All attorneys present, proceedings. Excerpt from sidebar conferences as follows. Mr. Zellman. And so our family law expert, we always intended to have her testify. Subsequent to that, we're still trying to make arrangements. Now that we've gotten clarification on the court's position concerning Miss DiSclorazzo, we're still trying to make arrangements to get her here. So we have, I think, 6 or 7 witnesses set for today. I don't know how late that will take us. We were just not able to get the other ones here, the court. So between today and tomorrow, you expect for the defense's case to be presented. So this is before closing. We're jumping back in time a little bit. Mr. Zellman, yes, I would ask for the court's indulgence tomorrow afternoon so we can have some additional time to speak with our client concerning her decision to testify prior to her actually testifying. Obviously, no, it's her right to test. It's her right to decide. And we just want to make sure that she understands everything. So this came up even before. And the defense said, we're not sure how late we will get in the day today, but we need some time to talk to her. And the court says what? The court says, fine. I'm not going to press her on the matter, but this has been an issue which essentially has been from the time of indictment. Will you testify at trial? The court, it's not unknown. I'm going to give you time, but it's not. We knew that this is coming. Mr. Zellman said yes, and I'm not saying that we have not discussed it with her. Right, they've already had those conversations. The court, correct. Mr. Zellman, since almost day one, they have been talking to her about whether she would testify since almost day one. Why? This is my speculation. I bet they talked about what went well for Charlie and what didn't go well for Charlie in him testifying. I imagine that they absolutely did. The court, will you have an opportunity to speak before any colloquy is done concerning whether you will or won't testify? Oh, no, sorry, I read that wrong. The court said you will have an opportunity to speak before any colloquy is done. The colloquy is the court saying to the defendant, are you going to testify or not under oath? And the court said, you'll have time to talk to her. Mr. Zalman said, my understanding with the length of the witnesses that we anticipate for tomorrow, we would not be calling her tomorrow if she chooses. It would be Thursday. The court said, all right. Concerning that, depending on the defendant's decision, well, it depends. How many witnesses will you call on Wednesday? Mr. Zalman, if everything lines up the way that it's supposed to between 5 and 6. The court, okay. I certainly will give you a reasonable amount of time. But if, say, we get to lunchtime or a little bit after lunch on Wednesday, if you need a half an hour or so to speak to her, I will certainly give that to you. But to recess for this evening, there's been an opportunity to go over this topic for nearly 2 years. So now we know when in time this sidebar is taking place, because there was that conversation about, do we need to just stop now? What are we doing? And then the court says, you met with her on Saturday as well concerning trial strategy. Right, because it was also a 3-day weekend. This is after the 3-day Labor Day weekend. Mr. Zalman, Saturday and Sunday. Yes, Your Honor. Did their motion give any indication at all that they had this amount of time to discuss this with Donna? No. Saturday and Sunday. The court, all right. I will give some additional time in the courtroom, but depending on where we are falling clockwise, the jurors want to get back to their lives. Mr. Zalman, yes. The court, we need to move this on in a timely fashion. Mr. Zalman, yes. And there is one final thing I want to address at sidebar. The court, go ahead. And then they ended the excerpt because the court was positively restrained in giving us the sidebar excerpts that deal with Donna Martin graduates. Like Donna Adelson testifies. This is just regarding whether or not Donna is testifying in those sidebar conferences. Sidebar conference as follows. So this is a separate excerpt, and the court reporter pulled these excerpts together for the court. All right, for today, that's the last of your witnesses. Mr. Zalman, unfortunately, the court, all right. The person that you need to speak to at the jail, this gives you your opportunity to do so this afternoon. Also, you can speak with your client concerning testifying. Tomorrow, how many witnesses are you anticipating? Remember, there was that witness that might get called and then didn't. And then they had to bring in and swear in Sheriff Google and talk about whether the individual at the jail was told not to talk to anyone, the one who wasn't served. That's all in connection to this. And then Mr. Zalman says that Marsal's flight gets in around 10 a.m., I believe. At least that's what my paralegal told us. The other witnesses that we had for tomorrow, Dr. Ruth Rosenberg, Kristen Adamson, Linda Bailey, and there's potentially one more in addition to the new one. I'm just drawing a blank, so 5 or 6. The defense is telling the court, I'm pretty sure I have a handle on who my witnesses are tomorrow, but ish. The court, all right, that should put us timing-wise more or less around the same place. Is your client going to be ready to testify tomorrow? Ms. Fulford, it depends on what happens when we speak to this next witness. I suspect that it will be Thursday morning before she will be ready to testify. The court, well, not when she would prefer to testify. Ms. Fulford, I misspoke. The court said, but if we only have this many witnesses, Ms. Fulford, I misspoke. The court, go ahead. Ms. Fulford, because of evidence that came in the trial and some rulings that the court made, Your Honor, because of your rulings, we're delayed. Okay. Ms. Fulford, because of evidence that came in in the trial and some rulings that the court made, it may affect our decision on whether she wants to testify. Mr. Zellman specifically, so now we've got two defense attorneys talking. Mr. Zellman specifically, there were some additional things that the state added during their case that although we had access to the materials, we needed to go through the exhibits to see exactly what was admitted in terms of emails and other documents so that we can go over that with Ms. Adelson. So we are going to need a little bit of time with the clerk to go through that today when the jury leaves. The court, all right, state, do you need to be heard? Ms. Kappelman, I would like an opportunity to depose the witness over lunch hour tomorrow if you're going to have a new witness and that person is going to be permitted to testify. I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but for planning purposes, I can do it tonight. The prosecution is saying if you're going to throw a new witness at us, we need the opportunity to have an interview with them. I can do it tonight, or I can do it at lunch tomorrow, or I can do it before court tomorrow. It's incredibly accommodating of the prosecutor. Look, if this person's going to be allowed to testify, fine, but I need to have an interview with them. I can do that tonight, before court, or at lunch. But I do want to be given at least the opportunity to do that if the person is going to be permitted to testify. Mr. Zellman, as soon as we speak with her and we made a decision, I will certainly get in touch with Ms. Kappelman and Ms. Dugan and let them know if we are going to use that individual and who they are. And then we know that they didn't. The court, all right. I will send the jurors home for the day. Mr. Zellman, thank you, Your Honor. The defense isn't huffing and puffing that they don't have enough time in this. And excerpt from September 3rd. So now we are going back in time a little bit more. Continued excerpt. This is continuing for Exhibit D. Proceedings. Excerpts from jury trial as follows. The court for today's witnesses. Let's go through that before the jurors are brought into the room. Mr. Zellman, and I apologize. I did not have a chance to prepare a list. You have a paralegal. At least for this morning, our intent is to call Kristen Adamson, Linda Bailey, Sarah Newhouse, and Marisol DiSclarzo. I added a letter in there. I think so. Apologies, Marisol. Court for this afternoon. Mr. Zellman, this afternoon is up in the air. What every judge wants to hear. All the time. Counsel, what about this afternoon? I don't know. Mr. Zellman, this afternoon is up in the air, and that's going to require some additional conversations with our client, the court. During the lunch break, that will be your opportunity to have any final conversations concerning whether she will, in fact, testify. We'll give the jurors a longer lunch break if necessary to accommodate this. Instead of an hour and 15 minutes, it will be an hour and 30. So the court is like, I will even give you more time. But I need to know, is your client testifying, and are you done talking with your client about their testimony? We need to know now. I will give you more time at lunch. And the court said after that, we are going to have to go on the record concerning, is she or is she not testifying? Yes, sir. The court, everyone can be seated. The court, everyone can be seated. Any discussions that need to take place concerning whether the defendant will testify does need to occur during the extended lunch break at this point. The court is saying again and again and again, talk to your client, take this time, talk to your client. We need to have a decision. And then there's a break. The court, as to the other matter concerning whether Ms. Adelson will testify as a part of the defense case in chief. Mr. Zellman, were you able to speak with her as to her final decision? Mr. Zellman, I will allow, the short answer is we were allowed 20 minutes during the lunch break to speak with Ms. Adelson. This was on the record. And I think this is when I lost my mind and I was like, what are you doing? That was user error. Like, what are you doing during lunch? Eating? What's happening? This could have been the sheriff not allowing them back in lockup or whatever. This could have been a logistical issue. Who knows? I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why they weren't, because the court had said at one point in the trial, If you need us to clear the courtroom so you can sit in the courtroom and talk with her, then you can sit in the courtroom and talk to her. The court gave them that option. Mr. Zellman said, the short answer is we were allowed 20 minutes during the lunch break. The court gave them so many opportunities. The court said, in addition to the time you had yesterday and other times. So the court's also making a record. Mr. Zellman, yes, Your Honor. Ms. Fulford, if I may, Judge, the issue is that we saw all this play out, right? And the court said, well, one moment, who's handling this matter? We're not tag teaming any arguments of any sort. Tag team, back again, check it, let's begin, party on, party. Yes, it's just the 90s in my brain. Mr. Zellman, Your Honor, what Ms. Fulford and I have discussed was the factual issues that are concerning our client's decision. She was more involved in than I was. So the only thing I intended to address was the time that we had during the lunch break. Aside from that, I'm asking that Ms. Fulford be allowed to address the court. Ms. Fulford, go ahead. Ms. Fulford, the issue that we're facing, Judge, is that this was 6 days of testimony from witnesses for the state and a great deal of evidence that they have entered. We have discussed with our client, of course, her right to remain silent, whether she wants to testify or not. We have not had the opportunity to go through all the evidence that's been entered in this case. We've seen all this on the record, right? And had a full and frank discussion with her about that evidence. If there are any issues that she thinks need to be addressed for her testimony, whether she thinks she needs to testify or not, and what her decision is on that. The court. When we had the break yesterday at 2:45 in the afternoon, you did not speak with your client concerning whether she wished to testify or reviewing the evidence? Ms. Fulford, absolutely yes, Judge. And that's what I said. No, it isn't. We have discussed with her whether she wants to testify or not. The court, the defendant in every single case, Ms. Fulford, is faced with this moment as the defense case in chief ends. What are you asking for? Ms. Fulford, I'm asking for additional time to be able to go through all of the testimony and evidence with our client so she can make a fully informed decision as to whether she wants to continue to remain silent or testify in this case. The court, Ms. Fulford, concerning that has been provided by the court. If she wishes to testify, we do need to go through the colloquy. If she does not, it's a simple matter. But there has been time pre-trial to prepare for this moment. There's been time during trial. And specifically, we recessed court early for you to address any issue of witnesses or whether your client would testify. Yesterday. We talked about it yesterday. Judge is so patient. Ms. Fulford, yesterday when you allowed us to recess early, Judge, Mr. Zellman and I spent time going through the evidence that was admitted, making sure that we understood everything that was there because there was some confusion during the trial about things being added and things being removed. They didn't talk to Donna then. They were going through the evidence. They had 2 attorneys and a paralegal, and they were like, we just needed to go through what was admitted. We weren't sure still. Court broke at 2:45. So we wanted to make sure we completely understood what was there. Your job is to do that during trial. I know it's a lot of things to balance, but that's like your job. This is like a baseball player getting up to bat and being like, wait, what do you mean I have to swing while balls are flying at me? It's your job. You signed up to do that very specific thing. What? I have to keep track of what evidence gets admitted while we are in trial? Yeah. You have 2 attorneys and a paralegal. And most attorneys, if there is any confusion, do this at the end of each court day and check with the exhibits. Ms. Fulford continues to say, We left here, went straight to the jail, and had the issue with the potential new witness. Divide and conquer. We spoke with our client, but that's not ample time to discuss with her what has actually come in the state's case. Ma'am. The court, your client is in a no different position than any other defendant who has to decide whether they wish to testify or not. I will give you 5 additional minutes to discuss this matter. From there, the defendant is going to have to make a decision whether she is going to testify or exercise her right. Ms. Fulford, Your Honor, may we approach with our client? The court, with your client? Ms. Fulford, yes, please. The court, can we not address this matter when the jury is out of the room? Judge, the concern that we have raised a number of times is the response from the audience concerning things that are said by the defense. And although the proceedings are public, that has not stopped the peanut gallery from their comments and laughter. We are respectfully requesting that the court here allow Ms. Adelson to participate at sidebar, as she is entitled for the court to address, for us to address additional issues that are weighing on Ms. Adelson's decision. The court, please approach. Ooh. Sidebar, 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 sidebar. Please approach. We are not going to do this for very long. The other witnesses for the defense are ready. Yes, Your Honor, please approach. We are not going to do this for very long. Damn, Your Honor. You have 37 seconds and we are moving on. The court, Ms. Adelson, you remain under oath. Go ahead. The defendant. What now? What now? What now? The defendant. So my concern is that I was hoping to have time with my attorneys to go over evidence, that I could make an intelligent and informed decision, and 5 minutes is not going to do it. Excuse me, Your Honor. 5 minutes is not going to do that. 5 minutes is not going to do it. Ma'am, you are on trial for murder. Donna! Well, wonders never cease. Donna, to the judge. So my concern is that I was hoping to have time with my attorneys to go over evidence, that I could make an intelligent and informed decision, and 5 minutes is not going to do it. Ma'am, the court, Miss Adelson, this has not been simply about 5 minutes. Oh, he says they have a whole conversation. The court goes on to say, from the time that you were indicted, through going through discovery, through the pretrial process, through the start of the state's trial, you have had the opportunity to confer with counsel and decide whether you wish to testify. As far as what has come out during trial, certainly you have been able to listen to this and make your decision. It's not like she hasn't sat in court every fucking day to see what the state has presented. She has been sitting in court watching the evidence come in every day. The court goes on to say, as far as what has come out during trial, certainly you've been able to listen to this and make your decision, but it is time to make a decision. The defendant. But I thought I would be able to consult with my attorneys in making the decision, not just, I'm a layman. I'm not just making it on my own. You've been talking to your attorneys daily. And court broke early and they went to talk to you at the jail the night before she's saying this. The court. Are there any other legal arguments that you have to make concerning this? The court just, I imagine the court was just like, no. Counsel, legal arguments. Mr. Zellman, Your Honor, I think this is pure speculation. This is the sense that I get from what we watched unfold at trial and what we are reading here. The sense I get is that Mr. Zellman is telling her this, and she is just sitting there going, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. And I have to wonder if Zellman and Fulford are not on the same page on this, telling Donna, like, reality is, ma'am, that we are here. So I wonder if Zellman is also protecting the record by saying, Your Honor, hi, we need you to tell her to her face. Can you tell her? She won't listen to us. I feel like this is Zellman asking for backup, right? Your Honor, we keep telling her and she won't listen. Darkfire Zero, Judge Everett, Miss Adelson, it's been 84 years, 100%. 100%. So I think Zellman is just like, please, can you tell her no, Your Honor? He can't say that, right? But, Your Honor, my client needs to hear it directly from you. We are not getting through to her. Mr. Zellman, Your Honor, the concern that I think my client is inartfully phrased. Your Honor, I apologize for the audacity of my client. Oh, Mr. Zellman, you're going to piss her right off. The concern that my client is inartfully phrasing is that in order for her to make the decision, she's still on the fence. We have been able to explain to our client the evidence that has come in up to a certain point. We have not been able to go over everything with her, but she's been fucking sitting there, inartfully stating. He says, and the court interrupts, as is the court's right to do, and says, Mr. Zellman, to that point, this trial is no different than any other criminal trial that occurs in the state where the attorneys and the defendant observe the evidence of the state and then have to make a decision. You've been sitting here every day watching. And when your client takes off her headphones, I pause the proceedings and look at your client and say, put them back on. You need to hear everything that happens in court. Why? Because you don't need to rehash all of it. She had notepads. She had the ability to take notes. She sat there day after day and took notes. She was an active participant in this trial. She wasn't even sequestered behind a box fort. The court, as I interrupted, the court said, Mr. Zellman, to that point, this trial is no different than any other trial. He continues, you have been able to consult with your client. I believe you said you went and saw her on Saturday. You had yesterday. The issue of testifying has not come up. Is that what you're trying to say? And we know Sunday from later that they went and saw her Saturday, Sunday, and talked to her after court on Tuesday, when they broke early. Donna just doesn't want to hear it, is what I'm getting. It's giving, excuse me, I don't like that answer. Can I have another one? And if I continue to ask, maybe you'll give me another answer. There is no other answer. The court, so you're saying you've never discussed this with your client, Mr. Zellman? No, Your Honor, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Donna won't fucking listen to me. No, Emily, that's not what it says. No, Your Honor, I'm waiting for, do you think Mr. Zellman's like winking at the court? Like, that's not what, how are you not picking up what I'm putting down? No, that's not what Mr. Zellman, no, Your Honor, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are, when we started off representing Ms. Adelson, there were a plethora of issues that she felt she had to explain to the jury. Now she has told us for the very first time during the lunch break that there are only a couple of questions in her mind, meaning whether or not she exercises her constitutional right to testify or to not testify. We are not asking for a lengthy period of time. We originally said that the defense case was going to take 4 to 6 days. We're now halfway through the second day. And all we're asking for is for that, and that's, I'm just reading the transcript, to get through the additional witnesses that are today, give us the opportunity, give her that additional time so that she can make that decision, so that we are not put in the position where we're looking at potential ineffective assistance of counsel issues because she is, and the court interjected and said, although you have prepared her, Mr. Zellman says, we have, but the decision, it has obviously serious consequences. So Zellman put it out there. Your Honor, we're trying. She's not listening. And we don't want to be looking at potential ineffective assistance of counsel. And the court's like, you're not, though. That's not where we're at. The court says, you have prepared her. Mr. Zellman says, we have, but the decision, it has obviously serious consequences, whether she exercises her right, exposes herself to cross-examination, or whether she is satisfied with the advice that we are giving her concerning her right to testify. Whoop, there it is. Whether she is satisfied with the advice that we are giving her. Your Honor. Your Honor. Your Honor, no amount of time is going to change this. And I imagine that's what the court's hearing at this point. You've met with your client, you've met with your client, you met with your client, you met with your client, and she's still not happy. And he's making the record. He's like, Your Honor, I'm making a record. We're back to Hamilton, Your Honor. Never gonna be satisfied. Right? There's serious consequences about whether she is satisfied with the advice that we are giving her. The court says, and the court clocks it, right? Whether it's this afternoon or tomorrow morning, the situation remains the same. She must choose concerning whether she will testify or not. Mr. Zellman, I understand that, Your Honor. The court, does the state wish to be heard? Ms. Kappelman, my concern, Judge, is that we've told this jury the case is going to conclude Friday. The court said 3 weeks. Ms. Fulford said, you said the 8th. The court, 3 weeks. Ms. Fulford, you said the 8th. The court, possibly the 8th. Ms. Fulford, don't interject. This is the state's opportunity. Judge Everett is like, stop it. Ms. Fulford, I apologize. Ms. Kappelman. Yeah, I don't really want to give it to them Friday night. I don't see what the purpose of another delay is. We've had lots of delays.
Why is no one ready?
Those are facts. I do appreciate that it's a very difficult decision, but it has to be made, and I don't think it's going to get any easier tomorrow morning than it is this afternoon. So I would ask to proceed and use all the time that we have reserved with the jury as wisely as we can. The court, how long do you think examination of the witnesses are going to take this afternoon? Mr. Zellman, 2 witnesses this afternoon. Ms. Newhouse, I think direct and cross, 15, 20 minutes. There are plenty to authenticate an exhibit. 15, 20 minutes are plenty. 15, 20 minutes are plenty to authenticate an exhibit through her, but not, I have not, and have it introduced, but not publish it. Then Miss D. Scalozzo, I'm still struggling. Direct and cross, I don't see it going more than 30 minutes. The court, this is starting to sound like an issue as it relates to lack of preparation. Damn, Your Honor.
Do it.
I don't know what to say. He said it. He just said it. Damn.
I don't have a, I don't,
Respect my authority.
he said what we were all thinking. He just said all what we were all thinking. Sounds like a skill issue. Griffin would be so proud. It's one of his favorite retorts. It's like his generations, I know you are, but what am I? His generations is, that sounds like a skill issue. The court, this is starting to sound like an issue as it relates to lack of preparation. Damn, that's so funny. We were saying it the whole time we were watching this shit happen. The whole time we were sitting here, we added a whole fucking new set of sounds to the soundboard to address it. Judge Everett. Becky RN in the chat said, hey, hi, you're the problem. It's you. That's funny. I'm just going to read it again. The court, this is starting to sound like an issue as it relates to lack of preparation. You have discussed with your client what her testimony would be. Mr. Zellman, if she testifies, yes, Your Honor. The court, you have prepared her for this direct and cross-examination. Mr. Zellman, as best we can. Again, this sounds like a client issue, not necessarily a lawyer issue, right? The court, how many times, and now the court's protecting the record because Zellman said IAC. The court, how many times, if you can estimate, have you discussed whether she will testify in this trial? Mr. Zellman, I'm going to have to refer to Ms. Fulford about that. I haven't been having those conversations with her because she's not listening to me. That's just purely my interpretation, speculation, plus snark. Ms. Fulford, I mean, I don't know if I trust Ms. Fulford as an accurate historian of this. Ms. Fulford said, I mean, whether she would testify, just that simple subject has come up lots of times. But actually preparing her and going through the evidence that's been admitted, we're trying to, the court, this is not about, Ms. Fulford, do that now, the court going through each piece of evidence. Ms. Fulford, I'm not talking, this is whether she's prepared to testify. So they were just talking over her. The court saying, this is not about going through each piece of evidence. This is about whether she's prepared to testify. Ms. Fulford saying, we're trying to do that now. I'm not talking. And then Ms. Fulford continues, well, she has indicated she is not because she hasn't had an opportunity to discuss the evidence with us. So this is Donna. Donna is saying, well, I can't testify unless I've done all this. And the attorneys are like, you've been sitting here. So are Jackie and Donna just like spinning in circles together? And Mr. Zellman's like, bro, this isn't how any of this works. What are you two doing? Stop it. Ms. Fulford said, well, she has indicated she is not prepared to testify because she hasn't had an opportunity to discuss the evidence with us. There's no new evidence. What has come in and what needs to be addressed? The court, Ms. Fulford, how is this case different from any other Florida case where the defendant must make a decision at the conclusion of the state's evidence? One-day trials happen routinely. And in Florida, I fucking believe it, man. They're efficient. Florida's like, we are spending 7 cents of our taxpayer dollars. And then you got Morrissey out in Massachusetts being like, they call us Taxachusetts. Let's make it fucking rain. Florida's like, 1 day, done. We're not doing this. Fulford, right? I understand that, Judge. But this is not a one-day trial. The court says, no, it has, Ms. Fulford, the court, hold on, don't speak over me. The court, hold on, don't speak over me. There have been, also speaking over the court, no wonder the judge was sitting there at the bench just like, court was angrily backspacing. The court, Don't speak over me. There have been multiple opportunities for you to discuss with your client the substance of her testimony, what she would testify to, and we are at the point where it's time to make a decision. Shit, or get off the pot. It is time. I'm just picturing Rafiki in The Lion King going, it is time. Like it's time. It is time. It is time. Not wibbly wobbly time. Time is now. The court, hold on, don't speak over me. There have been multiple opportunities for you to discuss with your client the substance of her testimony, what she would testify to, and we are at the point where it's time to make a decision. This does not sound like good cause for any further delay. The defendant. May I say something, Your Honor? Fucking hell. Donna, excuse me? Your Honor, I would like to interject. Girl, no. The court, speak to your attorneys. Don't talk to me. Talk to me. I'll talk back. You can write from custody. My email's public. I'm all ears. All ears. Mr. Zellman, the question that Miss Adelson had, the statement is she's asking for the remainder of the afternoon, which is not outrageous to ask for the remainder of the afternoon had there not been so many other delays, right? It's not an unreasonable request, but in light of everything else, they have worn out this judge's patience on stupid shit. This is not stupid shit. Had there not been so many other issues, I wonder if the court would have felt differently about this. And we did see the court circle back around and say, okay, if you want to do this today, you can. And the defense knew that if Donna changed her mind overnight, the court would allow it. They knew that he would, because he would. She's asking for the remainder of the afternoon after the other witnesses testify, and she will make a decision at that point. The court, once the witnesses finish with their testimony, at that time, we will revisit this issue. Concerning whether the direct will start this afternoon is a separate matter from whether she's planning to testify. So the court's not saying, I'm telling you, if you decide to testify, you're getting on the stand. He's saying, I need a decision. I need to know when we're getting this case to the jurors. If she testifies, it's adding another day or two or more to this trial. And then some decisions have to be made. So I need to know what the decision is. You can start testimony, and I think the court would have been amenable to starting testimony the next day. But we need to know what you're doing. And then we can give you time. And Donna is not liking the answers that she is getting. Decide, are you testifying or not? So the court said once the witnesses are done testifying, we'll revisit. I need a decision concerning whether she plans to testify at the conclusion of the other defense witnesses. Zellman, yes, sir. The court, please return to your table. There are often times where some in chat will say, Emily, had you ever considered being a bench officer? No. Because how does he say, please return to your table instead of get the fuck up out of my face? Like, just go sit the fuck down and think about what you just did. Y'all have interrupted. You are arguing in circles, and I am so done. Get out. Get out. Get out. And the thing is, for Donna, none of this is fucking new. Garcia went to trial with Catherine McBanawa. And then Catherine McBanawa went to trial again. And then Charlie went to trial. There is so much overlap. And she has been sitting there day in and day out. Are you going to testify or not? This judge has been so patient, but there's more. Sidebar conference concluded. The judge, this brings us back to where we were concerning whether the defendant is going to testify in this matter. If there are no other witnesses for the defense, it is time for the decision to be made. Mr. Zellman, I can tell the court that co-counsel and my client are deep in conversation concerning this. The court, I am capable of seeing that, Mr. Zellman. No narration is needed. Oh, boy. Ms. Kappelman wants the defense rest. Is the state intending to place or put on any rebuttal case? Ms. Kappelman, I think not. If they rest without calling any further witnesses, that could change if Ms. Adelson decides to testify. The court, very well. At this point, I do need a decision. Ms. Adelson, please rise. You have been placed under oath earlier this afternoon. Ms. Adelson, I will advise you concerning your rights. Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent and that the jury will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in determining the merits of this case? Do you understand this? The defendant, I do understand that. The court, do you also understand that you have the right to testify as a witness in your case in chief on your own behalf? Yes, Your Honor, I understand that. The court, you understand that if you choose to take the witness stand, you will be cross-examined vigorously by one of the prosecutors. The defendant, yes. The court, you understand that your credibility will be placed before the jury like any other witness. The defendant, yes, Your Honor, I understand that. Have you been able to discuss with your attorneys the two rights that the court has placed before you? The defendant, yes, we have discussed the rights. The court, concerning those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify, have you made a decision concerning this matter? The defendant, I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision. This decision affects the rest of my life. As I think I said at the time, and as I will reiterate here, the decisions made in 2014 really are what put you here. This decision affects the rest of my life. Ma'am, I can't with you. The court, I couldn't when she said it either, but it's so much different hearing, well, or going back through her saying this because we saw it happen in real time. It's so different after seeing that she was just like, excuse me, Your Honor, 5 minutes isn't going to do it. This is so different given the context of the sidebars. And it reminds me, and I think it reminds all of the law nerds, that when we say there's so much we don't know, it's things like this. There's so much we don't know going on in trial when we don't have the sidebars on the record, etc. There's just so much happening. Speaking of which, all of you that are like, EDB, sidebars Karen Read case? Yeah, no, there's been no ruling on that I've seen as of last week. The judge has not ruled about the sidebars in the Read case. There's just pending. Donna, I'm not prepared to make that decision, Your Honor. They have been talking about this as sidebar forever today. The court, Ms. Adelson, you are in the same position as every other criminal defendant who faces trial. And in Donna's head, you know that in Donna's head, she's going, no, I'm not. I'm different. Google's luxury prisons for rich people. Donna. Ms. Adelson, you are in the same position as every other criminal defendant who faces trial. Ultimately, you must decide whether you will testify or whether you will not. I cannot make you testify. Your attorneys cannot make you testify. But ultimately, you must choose whether you will testify or not. The defendant, no, I know I have to choose. I was hoping I would have some time to speak with my attorneys. That didn't go as planned. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I was hoping I would have some time to speak with my attorneys. The court, this has already been discussed, ma'am. What is your choice? Mr. Zellman, Judge, since I was handling the prior witness while Miss Fulford was speaking with Miss Adelson, can I have a few minutes, please? After that sidebar, and the defense asks for one more round. The court, what exactly are we going to accomplish that we have not been able to since the trial started, pre-trial, and the long recess yesterday, or even the lunch break? What else are we going to accomplish? Questions that should be asked at the beginning of every meeting or before the meeting is even set. What are we going to accomplish? Could this have been an email? The court, what is going to be accomplished? Mr. Zellman, that's what I'm trying to decide. That's what I'm trying to determine, Your Honor. The court, I will give you exactly 5 additional minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. From there, Miss Adelson has to make a decision whether she will testify or whether she will not. Mr. Zellman, thank you, Your Honor. The court, Mr. Zellman, Miss Fulford, Miss Adelson, the extra time that you have been provided, that has come to a conclusion. We are not finished with the colloquy quite yet. Pause. The court. I'm not talking for the sake of talking. I'm printing out this part of this transcript. I was hollering when this happened because the court was so fucking mad. And now, I'm sure all of you remember this moment in court, but now seeing all of the sidebars leading up to this, damn. Because it was not just a pause. They were all huddled together. And the court very clearly said, Mr. Zellman, Miss Fulford, Miss Adelson, the extra time that you have been provided, that has come to a conclusion. We are not finished. We are not finished with the colloquy quite yet, meaning the court needs to lock Donna in on her statement. I'm not talking for the sake of talking. I bet we have this time stamped on the day that this happened. Mr. Zellman, sorry, Your Honor. The court, before we have to move into any contempt, we do need to move on, which is why I always thought the court, in talking about contempt, was talking about the timing and the defense not responding to the court. Ms. Adelson, the question remains, as it relates to your right to remain silent and your right to testify, what is your decision concerning these two rights? The defendant, at this time, I do not want to testify. And she still couched it at this time. Still fighting for control in the language used, which is why the court circled back to it the next day. When all of this went down, the court came back around and said, are you sure? But also, I appreciate that the court took a step back and took a breath and said, you've had another evening. Are you sure? The court, very well, as I have previously stated, the jurors will be instructed that your silence cannot be held against you in any way. End transcript. I have no idea what. Oh, these are awkward screenshots from. I was like, what the fuck is this? Awkward screenshots from the TikTok videos. 57 pages. 57 pages and a lot of sidebars. What day was this? September 3rd. Hold on. I kind of feel like, and then we're going to get to a summary of this in Q&A, but I kind of feel like we probably timestamped that, like knowing us. I bet that we did. Let me just look real quick for September 3rd. I'm just real curious how quickly I can find that because I kind of want to see it again. And then I definitely need to go. Otherwise, my voice is not going to last the entirety of the week. But there's September 3rd, trial day 8. Let me go look at the timestamps real quick. Let's see. It's towards the end of the day. Let's see. Yep, all of that's timestamped. All right, let me go grab that. We're going to do a little Emily Inception real quick. We're going to do, if the chat will allow it. I think the chat will allow it. I think the chat will. Wait, where'd the video go? Nope. Hold on, let me go find it. If the chat will allow it. I think we need to take a look just real quick. Right? The timestamp that was pulled up. This is the timestamp that's pulled up. Look, I would need to move me. The chat is like, yes. Okay, give us like 30 seconds. This is we're into the defense attorney talking about this being a big deal, right?
Offensive materials in the pleadings, regardless of whether or not it's going to impact their chance of success in court, it can be emotionally charged, can it?
Well, I would say annoying more than emotionally charged.
You would not say that divorce and child custody issues are emotionally charged?
They can be.
Ma'am. I
They
stand
were?
by that reaction. Ma'am, what? All right. I think we're going to have to do past Emily, present Emily. Emily Inception. But I'm going to go look for the timestamp that I was previously seeking because I want to get to will Donna testify or will Donna not testify? So let me close to real time back to not me talking. I don't want to hear me. I want to get to where the court wants Donna to give her answers. So I'm going to just move present day Emily over here. Past Emily looks tired. The court's tired. We're all tired. All right. We're in the moment. Let's take a look real quick.
Do it. Do
Placed
it.
under oath earlier this afternoon.
Oh my God, what is she going to do?
Will advise you concerning your rights. You understand that you have the right to remain
no.
silent, and the jury will be instructed.
This is too far back. I want to get to the I'm not talking just to talk. That's what I'm trying to find. The I'm not talking just to talk. I'm going to be floating around the courtroom, but that's what I'm trying to find right now. I think we're almost there. Yep. Okay. Let's see if we can zoom. Let's see how much we can zoom. Can we zoom? Me zooming. Wonderful.
Awesome job on it.
Wait, I've lost myself in the timestamps because it was right when the colloquy resumed. Hold on. Let me find it. We have quite a lot of timestamps for this particular day. Let's see. Where am I? Yeah, we are right around here where they give Donna a few more minutes. All right. Oop. I'm now in the wrong spot. Okay. The court is going to sit there and look. The court is just staring at them like, are we not done yet? I'm going to just let past Emily talk about it. Present Emily is also talking about it at the defense until this is done. Oh, do we have sound? That's not you. There's no sound in court. That is really annoying. They're talking about, I imagine they're talking about the redactions, given that he's holding the... No! And then they pan away for the more time, which is what they were just doing. I'm talking. I'm zooming me talking. I'm annoyed with something.
I am capable of seeing that.
Ah. We have now found the right place. It
tell the court that
is time.
counsel and my client are deep in conversation. I'm sorry,
I am capable of seeing that, Mr. Zellman. No narration is needed.
I can give commentary, Mr. Zellman. The court has said it is time. Uh-huh. Is your client testifying or not? You are done with your witnesses. Yeah, yes. Yes. Ma'am, what are we doing? Look, I agree. Content creator Emily says yes. 100%. Shh. Emily, I agree with you, but send it. I want the court to yell at them. That's a terrible idea. Do not testify. We're going to find out if the defendant's going to testify. Hey, T.
The state intending to place.
As my kiddo walks in past time and the court is saying what we just saw in the transcript, that we were reading was essentially this moment of counsels. What are we doing? We're here now. He just said that while I was telling Travis what we were waiting on. Do not testify. We're going to find out if the defendant's going to testify. Hey, T.
The state intending to place or put on any rebuttal case.
I think not. If they arrest without calling any further witnesses, that could change if the state decides to testify.
Very well.
What are we doing?
At this point, I do need a decision. Mrs. Adelson, please rise.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, I backed up too far.
Oath.
Where is the point? Hold on. Where is the point in the transcript? I need to pull the transcript back up. Where is the point in the transcript where he said, I'm not talking just to talk? We were so close to being there. Hold on. I'm going to find it. I am determined now. Let's see. I remember it happening. Oh, I needed to back up further. Let's see. I'm capable of seeing that. At this point, I do need time. Let's see. Oh, this is before he gives them 5 additional minutes. Okay. So then he gives them 5 additional minutes. This is that part. Oh my God, what is she going to do?
I will advise you concerning your rights. You understand that
Hold
you
on.
have the right to remain silent.
Current Emily needs to move out of past Emily's
that
way.
Your silence cannot be held against you in determining the merits of this case. Do you understand this?
I do understand.
Do you also understand that you have the right to testify as a witness in your case in chief on your own behalf?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
And?
You understand if you do choose to take the witness stand, you will be cross-examined by one of the prosecutors.
Yes, I'm aware of it.
You understand that your credibility will be placed before the jury.
And then he gives her 5 more minutes, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
Have you been able to discuss?
The water bottle was loud. Oh, it's the shaker bottle, that's why.
The 2 rights that the court has placed before you.
Yes, we've discussed the rights.
And?
Concerning those rights as to whether you will remain silent or whether you will testify.
I remember this.
Have you made a decision concerning this matter?
I haven't. I'm not prepared to make that decision.
Nope.
This decision affects the rest of my life.
Mrs. Adelson, you're in the same position as
Those are first of all, that's past Emily's mouth, and that's past Emily.
every
Oh no, girl, we can't back up. No, we can't. Nope. Okay, past Emily backed it up. We're zooming past that.
whether you will testify or whether you will not. I cannot make you testify. Your attorneys cannot make you testify. But ultimately, you must choose whether you will testify.
This is
or
when he
not.
gives her 5 more minutes.
I don't have to choose. I was hoping I would have some time to speak to my attorney.
This has already been discussed, ma'am. What is your choice?
We know so much more today than we did back then, and that was what day was that? September, what day was this? September, this was still within this month. It feels like it was 100 years ago. This was what, September 3rd? September 9th? September 8th? One of those days. September 3rd? It was still this month. It was how was it this month? Oh my goodness. She won't even look at the court. Look at her. She won't even look at the court.
Since I was handling prior witnesses.
Counsel, the court is talking to your client, not to you. I agree. Donna, decide. Decision time.
Well, Ms. Fulford
Dun,
was
dun.
speaking with Ms. Adelson. Can I have a few minutes, please?
No.
What exactly are we going to accomplish that we have not been able to since the trial started, pre-trial, the long recess yesterday, or even the lunch break today?
Agreed.
That's what I'm trying to determine, Your Honor.
I will give you exactly 5 additional minutes. From there, Mrs. Adelson has to make a decision whether she will testify or whether she will not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 5 minutes. I'm going to zoom past me zooming to them getting back into court. I really want to hear the court say, I'm not talking just to talk. That's the point we were trying to get to.
Time that you have been provided.
Oh, all of you were right. All of you were like, no, the judge was standing when he said it. Chat is so wise. Chat is bae.
For Mrs. Adelson, the extra time that you have been provided, that has come to a conclusion.
Donna, now is
We are not finished
the
with
time.
the colloquy quite yet.
We're in the pause still. The transcript has this as pause.
I am not talking for the sake of talking before we have to move into any.
Did you see? Wait, not my face. Did you see his blinks? Did you see how much the court was blinking? Oh my God. You can see him buffering that they have still not responded to him. It's so good. It's so good. All right, we're just going to leave the Emily Inception. Now is
We are not finished
the
with
time.
the colloquy quite yet. I am not talking for the sake of talking before we have to move into any contempt. We do need to move on.
Oh, I stand by that reaction. The judge's face, and while we were processing this in real time, you don't get to look at the judge's face as much, but the judge's face is just like, before we must move to contempt, answer me. Look at it, because as I was processing all of this with the chat with you guys in real time, I don't think I processed the judge's subtleties of his frustration. But we're going to do it one more time. His nonverbal is off the charts. It's so good.
I am not talking for the sake of talking before we have to move into any contempt. We do need to move on.
The pause, the judge is like, we do need to move on. Oh, shit. I also stand by that reaction. All right. Well, now that we've done the inception of all of the things, the judges, look, the transcript does not give you the full thrust of what was happening in court that day. So I felt like we needed to just go back and take a little bit of a look at it. That's a live stream thing. Miguelina, I think when we do this as a case brief, we might just need to pull the clean court feed and not the Emily plus Emily. But in the transcript, you see that there's a pause and then the court says, I'm not talking just to talk. But in real time, you see the court literally buffering in real time to try to understand what is happening. So at the end of the 57-page court order denying all of the defendant's motions for things. The court brought the receipts, timeline, literally screenshots, transcripts, fucking everything, and went through not only Donna Adelson's request to interview the jurors and said denied. The court set out the standard for that, which clearly was not met by the defense motion. The court also went the extra step of saying, not only did I look at the TikTok they complained about, it is still on the juror's TikTok account, and nothing in that TikTok is outside of what I told the jurors. And just so that we're clear, here is the transcript from jury selection where I said jurors are allowed to tell those that need to know where they are, that they have been selected for jury service, and how long they will be on jury service. And what is in that TikTok about the case? I have been selected to be a juror on a 2-week case. And the court said that falls squarely in line with what I told them to do. And then, I need a drink before we're almost out of hydration today. And then, remember that the defense was arguing that Donna did not have enough time to make her decision about whether or not she would testify. And I said repeatedly, look, this is something they're going to bring up on appeal. The court's aware of that too. And do you know what he did? Oh, he went in real time in his ruling and then in the transcripts, moment by moment, talking about every time they discussed how much time the defense had to discuss these things with Donna. He pointed out, not only did they not need to discuss further evidence because Donna sat in court day in and day out and watched it in real time, but they highlighted that they talked to Donna before this case even started about whether she would testify. They talked to Donna over the 3-day weekend on Saturday and Sunday about whether she would testify. On Tuesday, court broke early in trial so that they could what? Talk to Donna. And then on the day they were deciding this, they took an extended lunch so that the defense could talk to Donna. And then you get to the end of the day and Donna's like, Your Honor, I'm not ready to make that decision. But what we learn is that at sidebar, Donna, in her own words, was complaining to the judge that she needed more time to talk to her lawyers and 5 minutes isn't going to cut it. Verbatim what's in the transcript. So then we see the sidebar transcripts of Donna's conversations with the court. And when the court is just literally laying down the law of we need a decision on this, Donna's like, can I say something? And the court's like, talk to your lawyer. And then when Attorney Fulford is cutting off the court's like, excuse me, I'm speaking. What? And then the court included the excerpt of when the court was talking about contempt for the defense being given time and not being ready in that period of time. And then the court sitting on the bench saying, we need an answer. I'm not talking just to talk, which was a moment in that entire day of court that just blew my mind. Just blew my mind. That the court's on the bench, court is in session, and they're just ignoring the judge who's like, do we have a decision? Court is in session. We need an answer. It's kind of wild to revisit it in context of all the sidebars because you can see the building of how frustrated the court was and how patient the court continued to be and how, frankly, restrained the court was in his comments to the defense. I don't know if they caught the court's facial expressions when the court was literally in real time going, I'm not just talking, Why are you not answering? And do we need to talk about contempt? Because this keeps happening. And it was not the first time it came up. It came up in sidebar after sidebar after sidebar because the judge gave us a compendium of sidebars in his ruling. And the transcripts of that ruling, or the transcripts included with that ruling, is what took up a substantial amount of that time. The court was like, let me tell the appellate court everything. Let me just make sure the appellate court is clear where I stand on this issue. Here are all of the transcripts. Here is all of the time we discussed this. We're done. And of course, all of those motions were denied. But really, we knew that that was going to be the result. We knew the result would be that those motions were denied. I didn't know the journey would be quite so wild. We need all the sidebars. It will take us a while to go through all of them, but we need all of the sidebars. Donna just chatting with the court was wild. But do we expect anything less from Donna, thinking that somehow she is going to be treated more specially special than anyone else? And the court just kept reiterating to her, which I imagine kind of hit her right in the feels. The court kept saying, you are in no different position than any other defendant. No different. Cue ever after. You're just the same as us. You're just the same as everyone else, Donna. Every defendant that comes before this court is treated the same. And you are in the position that they are all in. Decide. It is time. Oh, Judge Everett's sass just came through all the way. And, well, we ended up with multiple words of the day. But I think what I loved that Judge Everett took the time to quote an appellate court opinion that said, we are not voyaging on a sea of hearsay, which 10 out of 10. The voyage on the sea of hearsay is just so incredible. So I am always here for Judge Everett. I am here for Judge Everett sass. If there is another case that comes before Judge Everett, whether it's connected to the Adelsons or not, I'm going to be very tempted. I think Judge Everett is the patients are 10 out of 10. The judicial demeanor is great, but also the writing is just I appreciate the wit and the sass, but also the directness. We're not fucking around. No. And it's all backed up with, of course, case law. It's really nice to see linear judicial decision making. It's fantastic. Judge Everett, can you just handle everything? Emily, would you like to handpick the judges that we watch more? Yes. I think Judge Everett is great. Judge K was great. Judge M is great. But Corey Rich isn't going to trial until February, so it's going to be a minute before we get to that case. So what is going to happen for the rest of the week? Well, hopefully we will continue to be on the mend, and we have some things we need to peek in on. I'm going to do a few questions real quick, and then I need to scoot because I actually have to, I have some volunteering to do today. But tomorrow, and I streamed way longer than I thought I would, but if we have the energy to do it, we're just going to chat. But I am ready to take a divergence from the Adelsons for a minute and maybe scamper on over to look at the Cardi B case. That's my inclination, is just to take a minute, and shift gears into a civil case and take a peek. I don't think we're going to go through the entire thing. Jesse, we still do need to do a food court. We need to do a music court. I've got like a long list of things we need to circle back on, but I really wanted to take a look at this ruling from the court once I saw there were transcripts. I probably should have said it as the only topic today, but I also wanted to try to put us in a position where if we wanted to cover opening, closing, and Cardi B's testimony, that we had the room to do that if we wanted to. Because I think it would be nice to just, see lawyers well, I haven't watched it all. I've only seen clips on the internet. And from the clips I've seen, it's a lesson in a witness just being themselves. And it might be nice to not cover a criminal case for a minute. So that's what I'm thinking. It's time. It's time to do a few questions, and then I have got to go. Unfortunately, I would love to just sit around and chat with you for the rest of the day, but we can chat. I see a lot of you have new cases in the chat. I have a list of new cases that I have not taken a look at yet. I don't think I'm going to take a look at anything new this week, unless it's maybe the Cardi B case, because it's a lot to onboard a new case. But I do have your requests. I have them. I've seen them. I cannot tell you what we will or will not cover. I have not had time to sit down with the docket and make sure that we have adequate time to balance everything. And to make sure that once we step into case coverage, most of the time it becomes a years-long commitment. So I also want to make sure that I am ready for that commitment, because I don't want to jump into a case and be like, fuck this shit, I'm out, and leave you guys hanging. So if we do quicker case coverage, that will always be on the podcast. The podcast drops Mondays, most weeks. And if you have the Law Nerd app, you won't miss that. That's on a separate channel. But now that we have the collab feature that they rolled out on at Made on YouTube, we might just collab them between the two channels so that you see them. But with the Law Nerd app, it doesn't really matter which channel you bounce to, because it'll just put you into the right place. The thing that you will notice is if you're a channel member here, you won't see that indication on the second channel, though it is something we've asked YouTube if they could if we could like associate channel memberships between our own channels. So we'll see. But let's do some questions real quick. A lot of you are ready to take a look at the Cardi B case, which I love. So it might be a nice shift. Even some of the new cases, like the David investigation, is heavy. EDB, I granted the motion. The chat voted on for you to rewatch you watching Donna getting the verdict. Also, we need to do this more often. It's been a minute. We've done some Emily Inceptions on members only. We haven't done it not on members only in quite a while, but we can talk about it. We have a lot to discuss. I think we're probably going to do 2 members onlys this month, so we'll talk about it. ST said, can you cover Lisa Barlow from Real Housewives of Salt Lake City's 5 lawsuits? I have them on my list. Robin said, can you believe tomorrow is threshing day? No, I can't. I absolutely cannot. For those of you that are like, WTF, books. I had forgotten that it was October 1st, and then the internet reminded me. Allison, EDB, can you look into the Sarah Hartsfield in Houston? This case is wild. I have a list of things I will look at. So I have a list. I will put it on the list. I cannot tell you beyond, I will take a peek, but I also want to figure out, because BravoCon is in November, what we can do with, well, we'll see how discovery goes in Massachusetts for the Brian Walsh case coming up. So I don't want to start a case if I know I'm going to be missing I have a lot of decisions to make. The fun thing about ADHD is the executive functioning that all of this requires. So Kevin from South Boston was just like, you're wrong. You're done. Yeah, the judge was not happy. Jordang Babang said, Corn's version of Word Up will always be my favorite. We're going to have to figure out which Word Up we need to put a Word Up on the soundboard. We had lots of words today. Net Detective just came in and said, did I miss all the Donna stuff? Net Detective, we are 5 hours in the stream, but there will be timestamps. Daniel said, I wonder if the defense was talking about when the prosecution wanted more time for rebuttal. In their motion, they had pointed out specifically when, yes, the prosecution wanted more time for rebuttal, but also when the prosecution wanted more time to set up. And we got new context around that. Hello, Awesome said, Emily, I'm recovering from hernia surgery. Thank you for streaming today. It's a blessing. You're welcome. I saw a number of people saying that they are recovering. Look, we're here for it. The long streams hopefully will help for everybody that's got stuff going on. Cub said, how's your knee? Speaking of MRIs, we don't have answers yet. I've got follow-up appointments, but it's all orthopedic stuff. I'm used to having orthopedic stuff. It's, the knee is doing better than the hip today, but we had to do X-ray guided contrast for the hip. So that's not delightful. I will start. Do not love. Not my favorite experience. Garen Copas said, oh, hold on. Emily, completely off topic. What does your son play in DCI? He is in guard. I march with the cadets as a quince player. Oh, I love the quince. I do. I love snare too. Player years ago and loved DCI. He is in guard. So we had band comps this weekend. I'm sure a lot of you that are band and band adjacent have been spending your times out at comps. Speaking of which, Nicole has ADHD said, won our first BOA comp. Had to tell the law nerds, congratulations. Congratulations. I have just embraced the band momming. It's hard with senior year because it feels like counting down like each competition, but it feels like counting down each competition that we're doing for high school, even though I know T wants to do DCI next summer and it's completely different, but it's the core of them that started in guard freshman year was such a small group of kids. It's incredible to see how much the program has grown, how much the seniors have grown as humans and as leaders and as performers. And there's something really fun about getting to watch that group of kids from being like little itty bitty freshmen growing. And our band, as a lot do, have 8th graders in band, and watching the seniors take such care with getting the 8th graders hyped for being a part of marching band. It's really fun to see, but it is zooming by very quickly, which is surreal. And it's just a great experience to get to see. So our band has been placing really well. We've got some comps coming up, but Travis has also run into extended band family from Cavaliers. He ran into parents. Hello, Drew's parents. He ran into parents of a friend of his from Cap. He was so thrilled to see y'all. By the way, he was thrilled to see you all. I'm sorry I missed you all. I will be at COC, so I'll be there if you find me. Come say hi. But if not, after their comp, I'll be by the trailers. I watched some of the other comps, some of the other bands compete this last performance. But he was excited to see some of his extended band family, and then another one of the bands has a team member who was wearing his Cavaliers gears, and I was like, I know the things. But Travis ended up running into that instructor separately, and they got to talk Cavaliers. So then as people wear their show cords when they are at band, it just opens up a whole different world of band. And that's been really fun to get to watch him as a senior. And also it's a little sad. It's a little like, okay, it's getting into the last high school things, but I'm excited for all the adventures to come. And for any of you that watch me that are not in the parental demographic, just be kind to your parents. They're feeling the feels, and you just don't know that at that age, how much your parents are also feeling the feels, right? So I just keep telling my kid how much I'm feeling the feels, and he's feeling how fast this year is going with college applications and senior project and all the rest of it. So it's a lot. It's fun, but it's a lot. You're gonna see me feeling all the feels for sure this year. We're gonna do it all together. It's all good, because guess what? It is what it is. Lots of you sent me messages hoping I was feeling better. I appreciate you. RK said there's MCR lore. Looked into 21 Pilots lore. I haven't, but I'm here for it. The MCR lore with this last tour and new tour, there is so much. And I can't, though inspired by Peterman, I can't have 7 YouTube channels. I will never sleep. I'd be very bad at it. Ashley, good to see you. I just wanted to say that you've gotten me through an absolutely horrendous week. I'm sorry. I've been rewatching the Murdaugh case just to hear your voice and appreciate you more than you could ever know. Ashley, hang in there. Glad to see you in the chat. It will be what it will be, but you can do it. It's incredibly hard. Look, lifing is incredibly hard. The Lawnards are here, and I just adore y'all. I love seeing y'all. It's why when I'm like, I've missed you, we just end up chatting for so long, but I love it. Kathy at Oz says, my daughter's birthday is 7 days before Halloween. My birthday is 7 days after Halloween. Is super fun for us. Lots of decorations. I love a fall birthday. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Molly, this is a great question. Molly McGilliputty. I wonder if tow yards have chargers now to deal with electric vehicles. If the battery dies, how long will the camera footage be stored? I think some of that stuff is sent. I'm going to have to do a deep dive. I'm going to have to answer some of these questions. I should be more curious about it, but I will look into the information I can find about how that data is stored and where, because it's not all going to disappear just if the battery dies. It's not going to reset everything. And Teslas can have onboard storage as well. So let's see. Question, could there possibly be video from the external cameras on the Tesla? There absolutely could. For all of you that have noticed the embiggened text on the chats, I'm glad you guys see the difference on your end. I'm so happy to hear it. So we will see. All of you are saying all tech is proprietary. Glamcore, I know you can turn the Sentry cameras off so that they don't record just when people walk by, but some of the cameras will record when you are doing things like driving. So some of it's going to depend. The disgruntled moderate said she's a talker, telling them everything. Dude, that grand juror, man. Jess says, what happens at grand jury stays at grand jury. Apparently not. Lynn said, I worked as a social worker for 25 years. The tea that I have had, but I didn't spill it. Right. Because that's part of it. Priya, I'm so sorry about your mom. When you get to this, I hope you see all of the Lawnards' well wishes. I am so sorry. Sending a big hug, and we are here. Unfortunately, the Lawnard community is a community that is well acquainted with grief, and it is hard. We are here. You are amongst friends, and I'm really sorry. So, I'm glad you get to be with your mom at the ICU, but I'm sorry that is the circumstance. So we are here, and this community gets it. Ellie Rock says, suggesting the soundbite from the song Word Up. Ellie, I pulled this back. I can't remember if you told me if it was Ellie or Eli. I'm sorry, but I pulled it up again so we could credit where credit is due as we get our Word Up clip on here. Blue Eyes Fairy said, sound clip, do you know what mendacity means? Word of the month calendar with where it was used. I think it's a great idea to do a Lawnard calendar. I think it would be really fun. Grammy Pammy says, the lead singer of Korn's father used to repair my flute. I love it because musicians around music makes so much sense. I love it. I love it. I love it. EKG said, my friend is on jury duty right now. I'm dying. We live in a large county, could be anything, but there is a self-defense murder trial going on right now. I run in and out when I drop off her son. I am bursting with questions. Well, it will make for a fabulous coffee date when it is all done, won't it? Thank you for the super chats, Law Nerds. Let's see. Music to my soul. How do you think Zellman reacted when Georgia showed him her 6 or 7 demonstratives in her PowerPoint, and one of them was the Spider-Man meme? Do you think it raised an eyebrow? Do you think it got a bold choice? Or do you think it was a, fuck, that's accurate? Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know what you think. Law Nerds, I love seeing you. I missed you. It is hard to take time off when not feeling well, because I would like to be with you guys. But sometimes doing the things we need to do is hard. Adulting is hard. And I know that for me, running towards just, I can push through, especially after how busy we've been this year, is not going to do anyone any good. And it's definitely not going to do me any good. And I hope that even when I miss you guys, and I know you miss it when we are not streaming too, that we all remind ourselves that I want to be here doing this with y'all all. So sometimes the little breaks help make sure that I can do that. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the well wishes. I am definitely feeling better. I am not top, but I'm definitely feeling better. I think it might be nice to switch gears and watch a little bit of live court, even on delay, just to see the full extent of the Cardi B testimony, opening statements, and maybe closings, because I think that will be a decent lead in to getting into some of the other hearings, because the following week, and we're going to be getting into fall break and stuff, this year is just, the way it picks up speed at the end of August, right? By the time I'm already like looking at the 2026 calendar for MCR concert dates was hurting my brain, but also looking at like when DCI finals is next year, because tickets, group tickets were already on sale, and looking at all the rest of the stuff, I'm just like, how am I already looking into 2026? But from August, it makes everything feel like it's just zooming. But Donna Adelson is back in court on October 14th. So we're going to cover that. I'll stream a little later that day so we can cover court. And that feels like it's going to be here before you know it. We're going to have some shorter days next week, the week of the 7th, just because my kiddos will have some time off and I want to spend time with them. And so there will be some shorter days so we can do both. Then we'll be in court with Donna, and then we've got some other court dates coming up in other cases. We need to circle back and figure out what's going on in discovery in Massachusetts. And between now and then, like, other stuff will happen. I am confident that if nothing else, more shit will continue to happen in all the cases we're covering. If there is, and I've not been super active on social, but if there is news in any of the cases that we are covering, I will give you guys quick updates in the app. That is really the easiest place for me to send a message to all the members and discuss it if you're in the Law Nerd Lounge, but just send a member message and be like, this happened in this case, this is when we'll talk about it, because it lets me keep you in the loop. Sometimes social can just be exhausting. Lately, I've found it exhausting. And so I stay in touch here and on the app when everything else feels like it's just a lot. And then when I feel like being back elsewhere, you'll see me back elsewhere. But the app and YouTube is where I've been lately. And I think that with how busy life is, I think that's a good balance for me right now. I try to Instagram story update the best I can, but I'm definitely not as consistent there as I am here and on the app. Law Nerds, you are the best. It's always good to see you. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I love talking law with y'all. And we'll be back tomorrow to do the same. Stay tuned in the Law Nerd app. Mods, thank you. Good to see all of you. And let's roll the outro. I'm going to go do some volunteer stuff, and I will see you tomorrow. Let's do all the things. Where did I put? There it is. Found it. Do you guys, I love that you guys are loving the streaming updates too. I love them too. We have had projects working for so long. It's so nice to see them come to fruition. So it's great to see it. And I love your feedback. See you guys soon. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.